Morning, morning. Wait for that YouTube. There we go. Okay, good. So tomorrow is a big day. Tomorrow is a very big day. I will set up actually the stream whilst I'm doing this. Thought what we could do is go back and play the very first episode. God knows if it's been clipped. Who knows? I was looking at the counter. It's interesting. There's no way that there would have been April 20 and then gone and take a day off. No fucking way. I know that. So the counter is even out. But of course, I made those numbers last year anyway. Anyway, it doesn't matter. One day, I'm sure we'll get all of it back. So I think it's good to go back to where we started, because tomorrow will be a big day. It's been a long road. You're going to hear from the lawyers, and also at the end of the day, you're going to hear from Tara, who brought us all here together. Lots of divinity in this story. Something that is way, way beyond my comprehension. Mere mortals' comprehensions is something I don't even touch, though it pisses me off at times. There are so many weird, I would not say weird isn't the word, it's just divine. God has a very strong hand in everything, in the whole story. So just got to keep following. And I listen to that voice. I try to, anyways. I'm very stubborn, and sure that Tara might attest to that. I can be difficult. I can be very difficult. Anyways, but yes, divinity is beyond. It's just it's not even something you can put into words. It's unbelievable, frankly, when you look at it. And we as people can only pick up on little things, like small pieces of it, but I'll tell you, it's everywhere. So, this has been a very long road, and it's been a very hard road for Tara to travel, as other family members. And, but I would say specifically her has been extra difficult. And, those things will come to light in due course too. But what brought us all together? On it, like just horrific amounts of tragedy that will never change. You can't go back, but we can go forward, and we can do something about that. And that's what I hope we're working on, right? How's everybody doing today? 25 of you in here. So I thought what I do, just to repeat for those of you who joined, I thought what I do, something told me to go back and just listen. You're gonna see the raw emotion, right? Hello, Charlene. Hello to all the family members who are in here. This was an incredibly tough time, and has been just, as McDonald said the other day, trauma on trauma. And that's the process. That's the process. My hair, yeah, it's okay. Well, it's a bit, it's a little while ago, isn't it? So, yeah, anyway, without other fanfare, I will try and do whatever. I think that's what you can do. You can pin a comment or something like that to the top. So I will put the link in there for once I've got the video stream for tomorrow, because the family's lawyers are going to be talking. We've got Patterson, Chester Law, and MDW Law. And then Tara will be speaking on her own behalf. So I want people to really share that, because we've heard from a lot of people. We've heard an unbelievable amount of guff. But this is when you're going to hear maybe some of the truth come out, or maybe some of the questions that should be being asked. So this is the time that everybody's been waiting for, at least with this hoo-ha that they gave us. All right, let's say hello to everybody in here. Good morning. Good morning. We've got Peter rewatching yesterday's stream. So awesome. Okay, well, okay, I know it seems very uncomfortable. Okay, moving along, but good to have you aboard, Peter. Great to have you. Ready Player, short fictional story for Justice for the 23. Good morning to you, Mad Dog Steve, involved, wishing everyone involved in justice and peace. Truth will prevail. GL, good morning to you. Are you? I don't recognize the name. My memory, though, is failing me. I'm getting older. NS44, good to have you aboard. Nosy and Jane's here. Seawood, good morning. Of course, Tara's here. Good morning, Tara. I think she's en route. Solver Society. Sorry, all these crazy letters. Did you change your name? I'm having a feeling that you may be somebody else I'm thinking of. Okay. You can be difficult. No, not at all. You play basketball. What are you talking about? Chris Lee, good morning to you. Good morning. And of course, poor Charlene in here also. And there is a lot of family that are in here that just watch and or watch afterwards. So, my heart always goes out to all the families. This tragedy has brought together a very odd new type of family, but I feel blessed with it for the most part. There are a couple of people I found along the way that maybe shouldn't have been there. But you never know. You can always have some good ones and some less so in your family, right? Invasion 1, morning to you. Families in camera speaking. They're allowing to speak their truths. Like I said, the lawyers will be there. I believe they will be speaking on the family's behalf, the lawyers that are there. So that's Patterson Law. So that'll be a big chunk of them. And so the synopsis on that one is participants will make their final oral submissions over the week during sharing their suggestions for recommendations. Now, these recommendations clearly are balls. They have to be mandated. The RCMP just likes to keep doing this, putting it on shelves and saying, telling people to F off. Final submissions were originally scheduled for September 19 to 22, but Monday, September 19 being declared a national holiday of mourning. Of course, the Queen is today. Brenda Lucky's going to be over there. I wonder if Brandon will be accompanying her. That's what I heard. I don't know. But again, I don't follow the news too closely. That was a few days ago. I heard that from somebody else. Declared a national day of mourning. Our schedule will be shifted by 1 day. So that's tomorrow. And then they have conveniently done this, in my opinion, because they've stuck the families at the beginning of the week. This is all very carefully planned, even though the site looks like garbage and it's total junk to use, etc., etc. That's all part of it too. So the families are on Tuesday, apologies, and then you're going to hear a lot of other stuff, some of which may be relevant, a lot of it won't, to just drown out, help people forget what just happened on Tuesday, So just got to keep flashing back probably to tomorrow as the week wears on, so that people, because that's the the lull that they get us into. Heart goes out to all families. Yeah. Never lose faith. Faith is good. Faith is good. Faith is good. Just got to keep the family strong. Planned like dumping info on a holiday long weekend last time. Oh yeah, sir. Their tactics are so old. They're so old. A lot of people may be waking to them a little bit more, but okay. So I think we've got this lined up, right? I don't even know what we're going to get here because I haven't rewatched it. I've watched a piece of it, I think, in the last 2.5 years, but that's about it. So God knows there's probably going to be, but again, you're starting off with nothing, right? Basically, and it's just, let's go through this one. Let's see what we can find. Okay. God bless you all. God bless the 23.
Like he started off in the area of what was that called? That little area that they were. Well, he started off in the main area. He made his way north. Yeah, Portapique. Where he made his way north, where he ended up setting a few fires, and then he killed a couple more people. Then he started working his way around. The thing is too is that I'm kind of looking over the people that end up getting shot and killed. All seem to have similar jobs. Like there were 2 correctional officers that got killed. There were 2 Victorian order of nurses that ended up getting killed, and then along with the family. I don't know. It just seems like it's a little weird that all these people happen to share the same jobs, and that they're getting offed by this guy. It doesn't seem very random to me.
Okay, so who is he killing? I didn't. This is all news to me. I've already hit broadcast, by the way, but it's
okay. Gotcha. So, for instance, so after he ended up he killed the family, he made his way north, and then it was let me see here. I've got it pulled up somewhere on maps. Okay, so he made his way. So he started in Portapique, and then he made his way north to West Wentworth, and he ended up killing 2 correctional officers, Sean McLeod and Alana Jenkins, that they're both involved in different institutions. Sean McLeod was involved in Springfield Institution, and Alana Jenkins was Nova Institute for Women.
Oh.
They were in a relationship together, and then there was another guy that ended up getting killed in the area. I think he seemed to be more of a passerby. Thomas, what was his name? Let me see here. Tom Bagley. He seemed to be sort of a passerby that ended up getting killed. And then after that, he started making his way, and he ended up killing Heather O'Brien and Kristen Beaton. And these were 2 Victorian Order of Nurses. So it could be nothing, but just the fact that he seems to almost be targeting people in specific jobs. He targeted 2 people that were in a relationship who are correctional officers, killed a bystander, and then he's targeting 2 nurses. I'm wondering if it could be something as simple as he's targeting people that wronged him, but they all seem to be in similar jobs. Like
Where
they
were
are
the nurses killed?
that I'm trying to track down because hold on, I got I think it was in this article.
Yeah. Do you want to share a screen
Yeah, sure. Hold on, give me 1 second.
and share what you know? Because I was out all morning, so I didn't get to see the list of people.
Yeah, no problem. It's still not fully released. But so we got Heather O'Brien here, and she was a Victorian Order of Nurses that was shown to be killed. I'm trying to figure out exactly what area she ended up getting killed. And then there was also Kristen Beaton, and it says down here she was also worked for Victorian Order of Nurses, and she was killed in the shooting. But it doesn't state what area they ended up getting killed, and that's what I'm trying to figure out. This one here, Sean McLeod and Alana Jenkins, these are the correctional officers that were in a relationship, and there it was a CBC article where they actually gave out their address where they were found. So where was it? It says, so Sean McLeod, he was living with fellow Correctional Service Canada employee Alan Jenkins at 2328 Hunter Road. And I kind of tracked that down. Was it here? Yeah, so I just plugged it into Google Maps. And it was like 50 kilometers to the north. And then from what I can tell is there
a town nearby?
That was the town of, I think, Wentworth, or like
okay,
the area, yeah. But from what I can tell, he's kind of, I don't know if, can you see what I'm drawing onto the page right now?
Yes.
Yeah, so he kind of makes his way down. There was something about Truro. I think maybe this where one of the nurses ended up getting killed? I'll check it in a minute.
I think Truro's going to come up again. Okay, yes.
Yeah, so he kind of makes his way down there, and then he continues down, what was it, Highway 102, I think it was?
Yeah, it all seemed to be on the highway. I think it is 102.
Until it kind of stopped at an Irving gas station.
Yep.
Yeah, so it was somewhere over here. Yeah, I actually managed to find it because I ended up putting it in Street View, and you can kind of tell from the video that they released that it's the same gas station over here.
Yes.
Yeah, you can make that out. So it doesn't seem like he randomly went on a trip, because he started north, makes his way sort of southeast, and then proceeds down south of Nova Scotia. So I don't know, but it's just the more and more I'm looking into this, it doesn't seem like a random attack as they're trying to present. But even that, they're not certain in the way that they're presenting it, because they're saying that it's random. It wasn't random because he had got in a cop car, dressed up as an RCMP, but then he deviated from that and ended up going, and then his attacks became random. Where was it? I actually sort of grabbed it. Yeah, it was from this Global News article. Hold on, let me share it again.
He drove, yeah. So it looks like he definitely targeted the people up in the corrections officers, because he drove that far north and to go backtrack to go all that way south. Whereas he could have just turned and gone down south.
And I'm wondering if there's any theory to this where he may have been a drug dealer. Maybe these are people that wronged him, that we know that the family that he killed wronged him. Maybe these were correctional officers that, at least maybe Sean McLeod was a correctional officer if he spent some time in prison or something. And then I don't know about these nurses, but maybe they're connected somehow. Let me see. Hold on. Let me see. Sharing my screen again real quick. But it was over here. I think it was somewhere in here. Okay, so here it was. It's in this article. It says, police said the incident is not believed to be a random act, as indicated by the mock-up police vehicle that Wortman was driving at one point during the shooting spree. And then just down here, it says RCMP Commissioner Brenda Lucky told Global News Mercedes Stevenson that police don't know the suspect's motives, and added that it may have shifted from initial stages and turned into something random.
Yes.
So in the same article, they're contradicting themselves about whether it's a random act or not.
Mhm.
And even when they're talking about this guy who ended up getting killed, like we were talking on the phone earlier, where we were saying, like, you know, it was saying he was captured, and then afterwards it ended up being that he was killed. They aren't giving much detail on that, because they even said a body matching the description of Wortman was seen at the Enfield Big Stop on Highway 102.
Yes.
So they're not actually saying that it was his body. They're just saying that it was someone who appeared to match his description. There's a big difference between the two. And it seems like they're intentionally being vague about whoever got killed at that gas station.
Yes, they are being very vague. And even the descriptions of the killing of the person, the fact that they released the tweet that said, "We've got him in custody." And then let's see if I can find that. We've got him in custody, and then he ends up getting shot. So why is it that they're saying that he's in custody? You don't put a body into custody.
No, absolutely. And it's just the fact that apparently they, even the whatever it was, the RCMP Twitter account, they were monitoring this situation. They would know, because the police would have radioed back and say whether the suspect is been killed or whether he was in custody. But yet they can't even seem to get that right. And there's there's contradictory reports about that, because there were people that were releasing saying, "Hey, yeah, the guy has been arrested. Now suddenly he's killed." So which one is it? There's a huge difference between the two. And again, like we were kind of trying to figure out a little earlier whether this was a problem when it comes to Twitter and Facebook with the time zone differences.
Right.
But we were coming across we were coming across posts on Facebook where it was like 8:30 and people were saying the suspect has been arrested. Yet you go check out the timeline for the RCMP, and they still have at like 10 o'clock, they're saying that they're still pursuing the suspect. So like, it's a lot of manipulation that is going on right now.
A lot of
none of it makes sense.
So we're just going to bring in Concan. Anybody who's not familiar with Concan, she has her own channel. And tragically, Concan's brother and sister-in-law and her niece were victims in this. I frankly, words can't express.
Yeah,
No.
it's I'm numb, so my emotions are not appropriate right now. I've noticed. I just so yeah, it's thank God something I don't know how to deal with, because I've never had to do it before.
Yeah, I can't imagine
you guys
what
were
it feels like. Go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead.
All I was just saying is that no, I can't imagine what that would be like. Because like, I mean, I've been depressed about this all day. I didn't know them. I just know you, and just that thought alone is nothing can be expressed.
It's yeah, it's very well, my brother that was my brother, right? My older than me, much wiser than me, brother, who I just love the shit out of. Last time I went to visit him, I didn't take my boyfriend with me because Aaron was really gruff. He was, had, I think, 3 or 4 black belt degrees in different martial arts, and he was a pretty serious fighter and quite well known, around here to not really be fucked with. And Adam's kind of the same way. And I thought, I don't know, if Aaron puts his arm around Adam and says, "Don't fucking do anything to my sister," it's going to be go time. So I didn't invite Adam, and Aaron said to me, "Why do you have to be such a fucking cunt?" I was like, I don't know. Fuck, I don't know.
He seemed like he was kind of a fun guy, though. saw a few of the videos
He
that he
was-
posted and stuff. He was, yeah.
He was the kind of guy, he was very much like myself, in that when people first meet him, they mostly hate him because he's very direct. He looks you right in the eye when he talks to you, and if he has something to say, he doesn't say it behind your back. He comes right out and says, we have something to talk about. So usually, initially, people didn't like him, but once you spend an hour with him and get to know that he was a really, like, he was a biker guy covered in tattoos, like wily skinny guy with muscles. And a lot of his videos on Facebook, if you look through his page, he's got videos of him eating toast at breakfast because they lived out in the woods. And he had squirrels that would come up to his back doorstep, and he would feed them right out of his hand. Like, he would hand them the toast right out of his hand. And they would, if they found frogs on their property, they would save them like that. His daughter Emily, she killed a raccoon with a bow and arrow because it had been trapped in something they found. Thank you so much. It had been caught in a trap, and they didn't want to see it suffer, and she was a better shot than Aaron, and so she just shot it with the bow and arrow, like, just, she rode a dirt bike, and this I can't even. She was 17. Anyway, this was not a random act. Definitely not. There was a lot of bullshit that came out. Like, anything I watched on the news, I didn't even watch the news. Like, I don't know what happened. I don't know anything, because when I got up on Sunday morning, what day is it today? Is it Monday. Or Tuesday?
Monday.
Oh my, yeah, I can't even. When I got up on Sunday, I couldn't get a hold of Aaron or anyone. And I messaged everybody, and I thought, okay, well, I didn't know what was going on. I thought, well, maybe they can't get to their phone. I didn't know what was going on. I don't have TV. I just saw on Facebook a feed about, this thing happening. And then I got a phone call from my brother's best friend, who said he couldn't get a hold of Aaron either, and he was freaking out. And Aaron's ex-girlfriend, who was actually really good friends with his girlfriend, wife, whatever, she lives in the area, and she went down to try to see what was going on, and she couldn't get in. And my explanation's not great, but you have like that quote unquote main road, and it's nothing more than a paved country road. Like, you're not surprised at all if on your way down that road you come across a tractor with a load of hay, and you have to do 20K to get to where you're going. And then you turn left, I guess, depending where you're coming from, you turn left onto what's that beach road?
Portapique Beach Road.
Portapique Beach Road. And then Aaron's Road, you just go down Portapique Beach Road and turn, from what I remembered it, the way I remember it, I go down there and I turn right, but I get confused sometimes. So let me see. I need to make my screen bigger if I can. So, anyway, I can't really see that. I don't know how to make that any bigger.
Sorry, is there something I can do on my end?
No, it's okay. Hold on.
I can get rid of that. Does that help?
Let's see here. Hold on. Oh, yeah. Yep. So, Portapique Beach Road. Orchard Beach Road. I have my finger moving on the screen as if I'm doing that. Wow. Like I said, it's a good thing I'm funny, because holy shit. Aaron lived on Aaron lives on Cobequid Court.
Cobequid Court.
Yeah, it's COQU, Cobequid, COBIQUID.
Okay, is that to cross the river? Cobequid
Yes.
Court.
And it's in Bass River. It's 41 Cobequid Court in Bass River.
Let's try and do a search here. How do you spell? Oh, here we go.
CO.
Look at that. It's the first hit. Isn't that interesting? Okay, so there it is. There.
Yeah.
Ah, okay.
Does that make more sense? The one
Yes,
from what we
okay.
were talking before?
Before, yeah. Okay. So you turn right away when you come off the main road. And then go all the way to the end.
Yes. Yes, that's right. That's right.
And so it's the
So,
corner
yeah,
of Orchard Beach and Cobequid Court?
Hang on now.
Must be this one. No, it's got the marker in it. So this is his
Yep,
place.
it's the one there with the red thing. Yep. That's right. And so if you...
Nice property.
Beautiful. 41 Cobequid Court.
How do you get this?
That's not right.
Can you get this?
Hang on, that can't be right.
Or no? I'm a dumb driver.
Oh, me too. I'm having troubles too.
I think that's about as much as it goes.
Okay, so if you stop there for a second.
Yes.
And how does that go now? I'm trying to get a visual of it. So to the right, where the C is on the word court, you can see how it's sort of it's all a dirt road, right? There's nothing paved. It's all private property.
Yes.
And then that trail goes east and towards the Bay of Fundy.
Yes.
Like towards the water. And in front of his house, it looks like the water looks like it's really far out. Yeah, see where the water is there, where that red is?
Yes.
So normally, and then you can see where those spots are, there's like campers there along the beach.
Yes.
It looks odd though. It doesn't look right from that picture.
No.
Let's see if I can find it.
It is Google Maps after all.
Yeah, and I use DuckDuckGo, and for some reason it's not giving me anything. So anyway, yeah, it's really hard to tell what happened because I woke up and I couldn't get a hold of my brother, and nobody could get a hold of anyone. And so around 11 o'clock or noon, I guess, I phoned the RCMP, and she took my information and said someone would call me back. And somebody called me at 2, a constable or whatever, and he gave me the number to a dispatch, but he told me it was his direct number, which was funny because I called back at 2 and left a message, and nobody called me back. So I called back at 5. Meanwhile, I don't have TV, and I'm kind of freaking out. So the only thing I have everyone and their dog messaging me on Facebook. So between my phone ringing, people asking me, can you hang on just a sec? Never mind. People asking me what's going on, and I don't know, and I'm trying to find out what's going on, like calling out and taking inward calls, and it was just a mess. And then finally, my brother's best friend, my brother's wife's mom, who lives in Alberta, got a phone call from the police, and she let Jason, my brother's friend, know that she had confirmation that it was them and they were dead. And Jay phoned me, and that's how I found out. And then I went on Facebook, and it was all over Facebook. And I went, holy fuck. So that was at like 7 o'clock or something like that. And I phoned the RCMP so I could get verification, because I hadn't heard anything, and I'd already spoken to someone several times. And they didn't get back to me. Finally, at like 11 o'clock that night, someone got back to me from dispatch, and they said, I can't give you much information. I can just say that and confirm there was an incident at the address in question, and it appears that there are some deceased people inside. And I was like,
Oh,
the fuck do I even do with that? So, but the whole thing, like the very first time, like the guy who I actually talked to, who called me around like lunchtime, he said, I wasn't here over the night shift. He said, I just got here today, so I wasn't here for the evacuation. And I said, evacuation? And he led me down this fucking evacuation path. Because at this point, I'd made 3 or 4 phone calls and was kind of freaking out. I'm like, hey, what do you mean evacuation? Like, he said, well, my colleagues told everyone in the area to evacuate. So I was like, okay, so to me, does that mean that maybe my brother and his family left and like quickly and didn't get their cell phones? Where did they evacuate them to? I need some of this information. He's like, I'll get you that information. I'll get back to you ASAP. And then I turn on the news, and it's got a counselor from the Colchester County, and he's talking about how they didn't evacuate, but rather told everyone to hunker down and stay in their home. I'm like, well, what the fuck is it then? It can't be evacuate and hunker down. It can't be both. And then of course we had this situation where the news reported that they had captured him, but then they reported he was dead. Yeah. Well, did you capture him, or is he dead? Because it can't be both. And if you captured him, I would assume that's after he shot the police officer. If you've been captured, you're in cuffs, you're not doing anything more, so why did you need to be killed after that? Doesn't make any sense. And then they kept telling me every time I called that because and they said it to me today again. Today they said it. I finally got confirmation today that Aaron was dead by the coroner, sort of. So I've never gotten any details. Everything is a guess. It really is. But it sounds like, from what I've put together, that his house was the first one targeted, and either the first or second. It was either Aaron's house was targeted first, or this person killed their spouse and their child, if I understand, and then Aaron's house was after that. But what they were telling me when I was phoning, I said, can I confirm this? And they kept saying, no, we can't confirm because it's an active crime scene and we don't have any confirmation. And because we're still looking into it, we can't give you any information. Meanwhile, they've already confirmed it with Jolene's mom, that like she can go ahead and tell people that it's been confirmed, but they couldn't do that for me. So was it an active situation that they couldn't confirm, or was it that they could and they didn't? I just don't know.
Yes, this all seems very strange. I don't know.
Well, another thing they said to me was, when I first talked to the very first officer, who didn't give me any information but took a lot of information from me, I had to give the dates of birth, names, and tattoos and that kind of thing for identification reasons. And then when I talked to someone who I finally talked to like at 11 o'clock on Saturday or Sunday night, Jesus, was that just yesterday? Oh my God. I forgot where I was going with that. Sorry.
No, if you want to stop at all, just say we can stop.
No, I have so many conversations going around in my head right now, and the images, I'm just, oh, that's what he said. When I talked to the guy at 11 o'clock, he's like, "You're Aaron's sister." I said, "Yeah." He said, I said something about identification, and he said, "Well, we may need to take your blood and get your DNA." And then I got a phone call from the coroner today, and she was the nicest person I've talked to so far, and her name was Lindsay, which is interesting now because Lindsay, that name showed up today in our little conversation with that girl we were talking to, and we kept referencing all kinds of random names that I was like, what the hell is this? This is a lot of like personal stuff referenced about my family in this article, and somebody said something about a name Lindsay, but this girl who's the coroner, her name is Lindsay. I don't know if that has any correlation or not. I don't know. But she said as well that Aaron was en route to the coroner's office, and that they may need me for DNA.
And do you think that would be because there was a fire at the residence?
Yeah, sorry, I meant to carry on and I just didn't. That's what I think. I think that whatever the situation is, that he's just so mangled that they needed more than, they needed DNA to identify him.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to be without tact. Like you and I are friends.
No,
all of us are friends off air.
No. You're Seamus, you've been nothing but a really good friend to me. Both of you guys have. No, there's no offense. None at all. Ask me anything you want.
Well,
I want to know what happened because I don't believe it. I don't believe what they're telling us. I think it's bullshit. I think it was an inside job. I think that this person either worked for the RCMP or was in some capacity military or something like that. I think he was a criminal of sorts, and I think the RCMP, not necessarily, like, don't get me wrong, I'm not talking about the people on the ground, but like higher ups, I don't know who. I mean, Bridgewater Police. Bridgewater is where I live. The chief of police in Bridgewater has been charged and convicted with like trafficking young people and sexual assault. So, you know what? This is up the fucking road. Oh, yeah. And Liverpool RCMP, the Liverpool RCMP detachment is more corrupt than I've ever seen any detachment. And I lived in like Vancouver, and those guys are awesome. But Liverpool, Nova Scotia is a tiny little retirement town where there's nothing but old people and opiates and more fucking drugs and crime and crackheads and like, you have never seen a tiny little beautiful storybook town that has more corruption in the RCMP than Liverpool, Nova Scotia. I am telling you, it's really, really bad. Like, to the point that like the narcotics cop is, well, my spouse's sisters were in protective custody because he was leaking information to people, drug dealers who wanted to kill them in a fucking little tiny, like, I don't even know the population of Liverpool. But this was not, this didn't just happen because some fucking guy went crazy. My brother was neighbors with this guy, and he knew this guy. This guy did work for his dad. Aaron's dad lived out in that spot since 1984. He bought it, and they just had a camper there. And they literally built it with their actual hands. Aaron's dad was retired Navy and scared of heights. So when he built the roof on it, he stood on a ladder inside the house and reached out through the ladder to put the boards on because he didn't want to go up on the roof.
Right.
And, they didn't have running water. They didn't have electricity. Even when Aaron and those guys moved in a couple years ago, they carried water from the stream for everything. They had a compost toilet. Like, it was hardcore their first couple years out there, and they fucking did it. But this guy, Aaron, was over there one night. Aaron and his friend went over one night for a few drinks, and apparently the house that this guy had there had a full-sized, the restaurant Montana's, like you go and you have steaks and stuff. This guy had a Montana's restaurant in his garage, like a restaurant, a full Montana's with a bar and tables and seats and everything. He had, I'm going to check my notes. He had, and my brother actually took a picture, a selfie. This guy had the motorcycle from the movie Easy Rider, the actual motorcycle. He had a showroom floor loaded with like motorcycles and fancy schmancy shit. Who he was a denturist, a mortician, and an engineer. So the denturist alone gives him access to fucking drugs like you don't even know. Oh, hang on. I got my kid needs me. I'll be right back, okay?
No problem. Well, the thing is, too, is like I gotta agree with what she's saying about that this guy was involved in other stuff, and you've brought that up too, because I'm looking. There's a website called payscale.com where you can check salaries of certain jobs. And I decided to type in a denturist. Now, this is for, I guess, Hamilton, Ontario, I guess is where they're putting it. But the median income is $117,000. Now, if this guy's got a millionaire, he can afford all these motorcycles. If he can afford a Montana in his garage,
Yes,
the guy's got to be involved with other thing. Like there's only so many hours in a day. You can't be a denturist, be an engineer, and all this all at the same time to be able to build up millions of dollars to be able to afford this. And again, maybe this would help explain the pattern of where he went to, about how he went all over these different areas and targeted these people.
yes.
Again, Tara talked about how her brother had a run-in with this guy. So clearly he had felt wronged. But the thing is, too, is what does these fires have to do with everything is one of my questions. People who go on these shooting sprees don't just start lighting fires everywhere. Seems to me he may have been trying to cover something up, whatever that happened to me, if it happened to be drugs or who knows. If what she's talking about, too, what could make it kind of interesting is that we know about things like in the States that the CIA running drugs for people. Now, if this guy had some involvement with the RCMP, I see no reason to believe that it would be any different up here, that they're not probably the ones running drugs as well. And this guy could be, whether he's someone who is running drugs for them, whether he was, again, with his denturist job, is someone who's getting those drugs for them. But he had to have connections back to bigger people, whether criminal or in law enforcement or in government somewhere. When I look at all the details that they're releasing, nothing is sitting right with me. And I know you're feeling the exact same way.
Yes, I do. Yeah, I mean when you're talking like that, I mean it's making me think of this, right? The Las Vegas shooter.
Yes.
How he had so much money, disposable cash, and Tara's talking there and saying, well, no, this biker fellow, people in the articles I've read describe how he has multiple pieces of property. I think I saw 3 pieces of property. Mm-hmm. She's saying, her brother spoke of how much money he had. I mean, if he had the actual bike from Easy Rider, I mean, that's not going to be inexpensive. His like of Harley Davidsons was spoken of. He was an denturist. I mean, how is he having all this kind of cash? Yes, maybe he had the background in an engineer and a mortician, apparently, right? As you said, right? Mm-hmm. But two shops. And Tara is going to actually bring in some information here from Frank magazine.
Okay.
That this woman shared with her earlier, which really kind of makes things look a little sketchy. But how does he have this police car? There were 2 articles. Let's see if I can find them. The Chronicle Herald, and hopefully anybody that's watching this like that, I hope that I can appeal to people on because it, these kinds of things are fun, not necessarily fun. I mean, they're obviously horrible things to look at, but to delve into and investigate. But this really has a personal connotation for me now, because this is somebody that's kind of in my realm, and Tara's a friend of both of ours now for many years, and she's back here. And so, I hope that people will do the investigating and keep that in mind, that this is something really personal to, this circle here on YouTube, which is kind of an intimate family. And archive the articles, do the research, let's see what we can dig up, because this whole story stinks.
And there's a lot of things that go missing, like Jesus, things, like how does it go from 8 dead to 17 dead, and like the guy has been dead since yesterday at noon and people are still dying? What happened? And how does he crash? And again, right? How? Who are all these people? How did he get that? It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make any sense that initially it was 5 people injured and 1 airlifted. That's what I read initially. And then it just kept going up and up and up and up. Like, where I don't understand how the police had an air helicopter. Wow. Wow.
It's understandable.
They had a helicopter in the air, and this guy crashed his police car. And again, I don't know even the timeline of supposed events. He crashed his car into another, like a real police car, and then did he shoot the officer like at point blank range?
I personally have not been able to come across exactly the details of what happened with that RCMP constable. All I keep hearing is that she was shot and killed, and whether he got the drop on her or what ended up happening, I'm not sure. But they're keeping her death just as covered up as everyone else's. And the thing is, too, is like what I'm trying to make sense of is that the video that got sent to Seamus earlier, where it was showing the cars that were on fire. I'm trying to make sense of when that took place, because all of these other fires, from what I can tell, seem to have happened at nighttime. Yet in that video, it seems like the sun is up in the sky. It's not like daylight yet, but it's got a fair amount of light, like natural light already that has been formed when this car's on fire. And then it's the fact that this guy was like, he was stealing cars and then goes and stops in at this gas station. I don't know why that would be something he'd do when he's got the cops on his tail. And even there, they said that it was somebody who, what was the exact wording that they used? But they said that there was the body of someone who looked to be Wortman was found at the gas station. So they didn't actually specifically say it was him or not. Let me see.
Exactly.
Where was it?
Okay, yeah, let's see, can I get that up here? So there's what appears to be the police car.
Oh my God, that's a real car.
Is the audio coming through?
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh my fuck. This is fucking crazy.
This is you doing?
That's a cop car, and what else?
So this is a police undercover SUV, suburban probably, and there's four CAC officers that are wandering around. The woman in the video is indicating somebody is getting pulled out of the cruiser, or somebody's getting pulled out of a vehicle. One of them is fully engulfed in fire, which I'm thinking was possibly Wortman's vehicle, and this was the constable's cruiser. She tried to do a pit stop on him and ram him into the barrier, and his car caught on fire. But how is that possible? If his car caught on fire, why isn't he dead and the cruiser is okay?
Well, and not only that, but the only time a car catches on fire and looks like that is in the movies. I actually had somebody set my house on fire in the middle of the night once, and the fire jumped to our minivan, and there's like a big pop, and then you have little flames. But that black billowing smoke, that's if your car in your driveway caught on fire, which is really, really unlikely, like severely unlikely, it wouldn't look like that.
Well, even so, when I look at this, the only way I could see it happening is if it wasn't set on fire, like somebody lobbing a Molotov at it. You would have to have a pure gas tank and then some spark or flame to set the fire anyway. So I don't see how it got started like this.
No, and then look, see it take right off? Like and then it accelerated, like it hit what it was supposed to hit, and then it took right off.
Yeah. It totally does. Oh, and I should mention that
see?
the video was sent to me by Steve LLT. This video is actually, funnily enough, unlisted. It's like they want the video not to appear. So I really, people sharing this kind of information, that's how we're going to get this done. And it was so awesome find on his part, because we see pictures of the burned out vehicles, but here we can see the police vehicle at this point is not on fire.
Right. And look, and then watch it go.
Yeah, that just
see, it hits
off.
whatever. Yeah. And then it's not even there yet. And then right.
And she's saying in the video, they're pulling somebody out of a vehicle. And then, but you can see the TAC officers are down in the ditch. I don't know if that was where they were dragging the body or the person. Maybe that's what they were doing, dragging the person down into the ditch. Could that be?
It doesn't look like they had anyone, but let's see.
It's hard to tell. It's possible.
No, he went over. He didn't. No, neither one of them is carrying anything.
So why are they wandering down into the ditch? They're looking.
I don't know, but you see the first guy go over the railing and then the other guy go over.
But she's indicating they're pulling somebody out. Is that right here?
Let's
see. Let's hear.
That looks like here in the black vehicle.
Let's listen to the audio.
Oh God. Oh my fuck. This is fucking crazy. I'm like shaking. We should move. Like, what if he's alive and he shoots?
Okay, no, it's before this.
This is so fucked.
What was that?
This is so fucked.
What was that? Oh.
What was what?
They're dragging somebody out.
It looked like there was some.
Right here.
Is that what that was at the very beginning before the?
Well, I thought maybe, but that doesn't occur until later.
This is fucked.
Like it kind of looks like the fire started at the front right bumper area by the guardrail.
That's a real call. Oh my God.
They just killed a real cop right in front of us. Did you hear that?
Is that what he said?
Yeah.
This is so fucked. He's in that car. They're dragging him out. Look, they're dragging somebody. Oh my God. That's a real call, huh?
Right there.
Yeah. I just heard that.
They just killed a real cop right in front of us.
A real cop in front of us. Yep.
So
that would be the corporal, the constable who got killed then. But they saying that the cops.
So that means that. Yeah, that's confusing, isn't it? Because that would mean that white car there is Gabriel Wolfman's,
But why is he
right?
ramming somebody into the guardrail? Now, the picture, I believe, of the burned out vehicles
There's
is
3
not.
cars.
Let's see here.
So whose car is on fire then? If the RCMP female rammed him into the railing, it would be his car that would be on fire, which would be the white car in the middle, right?
Okay, so here we go. Here is a picture. Now, there's another scene, which that other lady that you were speaking with earlier indicated. There was this other scene of the
Yes.
to the minivan. So here's a house at the residence of Alana Jenkins and Sean McLean, both corrections officers, which lends credence to what Adrian was saying about how he drove north and targeted these corrections officers also, only to turn come right back, double back, and go south and south again to where it was concluded at Edwald, or what was it called?
Yeah, I got it right here. Hold on. It was the Irving. It was the Irving station in Shubenacadie.
Enfield. Oh, Shubenacadie.
I think that's where it was. But yeah, it was somewhere around like that
Come on,
area.
Adrian.
I know. I let everybody down.
No, this is minivans. Now these are
okay.
at so these were at the residence.
Okay, I would like to amend that. Yeah, you're right there, because Enfield's a little farther south than that. So something happened at Shubenacadie, and I'm trying to figure that out, actually.
Yeah, And like everybody, my brother and my family right there. That's them.
You want me to move it off?
No, aren't they beautiful?
I put it up earlier.
Emily was amazing. That girl, Aaron was a stay-at-home dad, and Jolene worked, and Aaron was a mechanic. And Emily started working on a 1977 Pinto with her dad when she was like 3 years old. And at this point, she welds. She had a
welder,
a program. She's a welder. Wow, she works on cars. She rides a motorcycle. She can shoot a bow and arrow and hit a bullseye every time. And she's brilliant, and she's conservative. She's not this fucking idiot millennial. And from I talked to a few of her really nice friends on the phone, or not on the phone, rather on Facebook, and they all just seemed like good kids. Like none of them were little pukes. They were really respectable. For her last birthday, they were so proud. Aaron is a biker, full on, and he initially, when the kids all came over for her 17th birthday, I think 17. They had this little speaker box out, and they had some music going or whatever. It's no big deal. And the kids weren't paying attention. And Aaron said to Emily, "Come on, let's go do this." So they went downstairs, and they brought out these big ass, huge speakers. And then out of the blue, they just cranked it. And, they were all smoking weed and, but it's just hanging around and being a teenager. And she was a really good fiddle player, amazingly good fiddle player. Aaron was one of those people who just saw the good in everyone. There's a guy he was a famous fiddle player, and he played with Ashley McIsaac. God dang it, what's his name? What the hell is his name? I forget now. It's a funky name. I can't remember. It'll come to me anyway. He was a drug addict, and I don't know if he still is or not. And Aaron found him homeless and trying to get off drugs, and so he brought him home, gave him a place to live, and while he was living there, he taught Emily how to play the fiddle, and she was amazing. She hold on here.
Oh, this is fantastic. If I might interlude here, that there was a fundraiser, and the goal was
Yes.
30,000. It's already gone over to 34.
Oh, really?
That's
Wow.
great to hear.
Oh, that's
To help cover the costs of the funeral. So that's amazing.
that is amazing. God, I don't even know what a funeral would cost. And that's the thing, like that's Jolene's sister. That's Jolene's sister and her mom doing that. They have handled everything. And not saying like that they haven't included me, but I don't know them. Like I knew Jolene and I loved her. She was awesome. She was so lovely and just loved the shit out of my brother. Like you don't even know, and that kid, and oh my God. But I don't know her family. I can only assume they're really awesome people because of how she was. But they've handled all of that. I'm not sure even what's going to happen. I don't have any idea about any of the plans because I haven't really even had a chance to call anyone or talk to anyone about it. Trying to, there's on Facebook you can find a thing. It's really sad actually. It's called the Ultimate Online Nova Scotia Kitchen Party COVID Edition. Seamus, are you able to look at my screen?
Yes,
Can you
absolutely.
see what I have on my
Why don't
screen?
we, I'll just get rid of my screen there, and you can just, at the bottom of the screen, it says of the StreamYard screen, it will say share screen.
Hold on.
If you pull up that window.
Wait, hold on now. Oh, share screen, okay.
And then you just click whatever you want to share there.
Screen sharing. Oh,
if it's open in Chrome, I believe the audio works because it's open in Firefox.
Okay. Huh. All right. Whatever.
Is
it says my browser.
What's that?
It says my browser has blocked my ability to do that. I'm not sure why.
What is it called? Let's see if I can find it.
Click on the screen icon. It's called the Ultimate. Where is it? Online Nova Scotia Kitchen. That's it.
Wow, there's a lot of hits. Everybody's watching it.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, it's actually the thing about Nova Scotianers is that when we all get together, we all hang out in the kitchen and we drink and we party, and everybody hangs out in the kitchen. I don't know why, and that's just how it is. And so when you go to somebody's house to drink, you just sit at the table and play cards and hang out in the kitchen. Anyway, my brother, it's now they call it the COVID edition, of course, because you can't get together in kitchens, so we get together and drink and sing and shit online. And there's, get back in. I closed my Facebook page.
Wow. 420.
Emily was
4.2 thousand reactions.
So I don't know how to show you. Let me see her.
I got to get rid of mine if you're showing yours.
No, I don't know how to do it. It's not working. So I'm just going to see if I can share this with you because Emily was on there playing the fiddle.
Okay, here. I think I can get it here. Just give me a minute.
I have it right here. I can share my screen if you like. Oh, never mind.
Can you?
Is that showing up?
Yeah, I see yours, Seamus.
Okay, let's see. Can I get this full screen? That's as full screen as it goes.
There's some fiddle for you.
Wow, that was really beautiful.
She was a really experienced fiddle player.
Yeah, she got pretty nervous when she thought people were watching her, but anytime she thought she was just on her own, she could really rock that thing.
A lot of people have been stepping forward. I saw that on the National last night in this COVID stuff, let's just say. And we're writing songs and
I've been seeing a few of them come out. Yeah, there was a guy. I could probably find it again, but after what happened, he ended up going to the middle of the street and he played. It was Amazing Grace on the bagpipes. It was very well done.
oh, if you can find it, that would be super.
Yeah, let me see what I can do.
We can all have a group cry.
Let's see here.
Something is very wrong with this, though. Like, this isn't just authentic. This didn't just happen because somebody lost their shit.
No,
This was choreographed.
what is
like,
your
This
working theories?
me?
You?
I don't know if my theories make any sense right now, but I think this guy was either working for the police or the military, or he was protected by them. He was fucking loaded. He was loaded to the degree that we all know you don't get unless somebody's blackmailing you or you're doing some shit you shouldn't be doing. He had so many contacts with the police. He had, that article that we got from that girl. I mean, come on. There was just too many coincidences, and who has that kind of stuff in their house? Who has that motorcycle from that movie? Who has Who has, and that was only one of his places. He had 3 places that I know of right there, and I don't know if he owned his place or whatnot in the city, you know, or did he own his dental office? I don't know.
We had
But
2
as a denturist,
Dartmouth and 1 in Halifax.
one in Dartmouth, one in Halifax.
Yep, that's what I read. 2 dental offices, 3 pieces of property, 2 on that road. One which you described, which was, you know, quite large, and had all of these expensive toys, like you said, right, and many motorcycles, and then these cop cars, plural. I think that one shouldn't be overlooked. It's plural cop cars, which
Yeah,
and
they're not antique. Like the media makes it out like he was restoring some old broken down thing where you could be like, ha, look at this old Coke bottle I found. It's all glass. No, that's a fucking brand new cop car with brand new decals on it. How did he get this?
yes,
How? And for all the people who have said to me, you can buy a cop car at an auction, go find me that fucking car and tell me you got it at a goddamn auction.
Well, even so, what I wanted to know about it is how is it that it still has all the trimmings on it? They would probably take off the RCMP logo, number one. But what about the emergency lights? You're not going to have a civilian riding around with
Right?
emergency lights on and the sirens and everything. That
absolutely.
Or the 911 sticker and
Yeah.
the decal of, like, are you shitting me? Like,
Well,
you how do you
It has like
how
literally the
go
purchase
right now?
on the window
Somebody,
right
yes,
here.
yes, right, that it's brand new off the fucking production floor.
Whenever I had it,
And is he driving it around with the sticker in the window?
no. And how did the police get the copy of the picture to tweet out? I mean,
Right?
did they
It's
strip
inside a
it off of
garage.
Facebook?
It's maybe, yeah, they could have.
Because this is the actual car. I kind of overlooked that. I thought this was when it says here. There's one difference between his car and our RCMP car is a car number, which is 28B11. Well, that's actually what's on the car. So this is actually the car. So they have a photo of the car before, you know, and this is going out at what time? 7 o'clock in the morning.
On the 19th, so yeah, Sunday.
Again, the Twitter times are a bit strange, right? Because the time differences,
Yes,
I've never been able to figure that one out, but
no.
I know that Adrian and I think you probably have run into this problem before about the times. They don't seem to match up. It's not necessarily the local time or the time that you live in. It's like some strange time that they come up with on their own. So he's got this one car, but the other interesting things I found were, if you guys don't mind, I share these, but was on the Chronicle Herald, which is the local paper. Is that correct?
Yes, the Halifax, yeah.
So if I look at the Chronicle Herald, I hope they still left it up. I do have it archived if they didn't. Let's see here. Interesting. Okay, maybe it's in my history. Let's see. What is this? Library. History. No. I should probably stop. sharing my screen here for a second, see if I can find it. This is it. No guardian.
Oh, that was you on Facebook. I didn't think it was because the picture wasn't anywhere near.
Sorry, I'm carrying.
Sorry.
I'm carrying scrolls now.
I was like, that's not him. Who is this? How's your puppy, Adrian?
He's still a bit of a shithead, but he's gotten better actually because we got him a sister. So we got a basset hound along with him, and they're doing really great.
Oh my god!
So because he didn't have a lot of time to interact with other dogs before we picked him up, because he was only like maybe a couple months old, she's teaching him how to properly dog now. So he's coming around. He's still a little destructive guy, but he's doing really well now. I can send you a couple pictures of him and Dolly together if you like.
Oh yeah, please do.
Yeah, no problem.
I am on the hunt. I'm on the hunt for a big, gigantic Rottweiler. They're my favorite. And actually, I like the bully, anything with a big fat head on it. Like they had at the rescue a dog de Bordeaux, which kind of looks like a pit bull with this big, like wrinkly head. But they won't let the guy out of quarantine until all this fucking COVID bullshit is over. And on Facebook, I'm on a few of the Rottweiler rescue things because I'm like, you know what? I like my boy here. I got my boy with me, my Ted, my pit bull. He's the big suck. And it's funny because we all make fun of him because he's such a sissy. And I always think if somebody broke in here, like, I need a guard dog because he's such a sissy. But it turns out a neighbor of mine came by to drop off some egg cartons one day, and she got a little too close to him. He bit her, like, not hard. And she, she's like, it was all her fault, but he was guarding his house. I'm like, kind of nice to know that he's not the sissy I thought he was.
It's good to know he can step up when the time is necessary, for sure. But it's funny because like all those dogs they tell you are dangerous, you need to stay away from pit bulls, Rottweilers. They're the most friendly dogs I've ever met in my life. Like the sweetest dogs I met are pit bulls.
Oh.
Like they say.
Well, and you know what I'm noticing? I've noticed since I started waking up, I've always known that about pit bulls and those breeds because those are always the breeds I train, and they're so happy to do whatever you want them to do. Like a husky is they're so smart, they're stupid, they're so independent, they don't do anything that you want. And whereas like these other breeds with the bad reputation will do anything you want them to do. But I just, we have chickens, right?
Yeah.
And the chickens we have are just like your regular old like flock. They're just chickens like Australorps, and they look like regular chickens. They're all different colors and crap. They all look the same to me pretty much. And they lay eggs, and you can eat them if you want to, whatever you want. But we came across this breed of chicken called Asil. It's ASIL or ASEEL. And it's an ancient breed of chicken from Pakistan. And it's a fighting breed. Like they actually scrap, and you can watch YouTube videos on them, and like these tiny little chickens will like scrap and kill other birds way bigger than them. Anyway, we got some of them, and they're the sweetest chickens. We have them in our kitchen, in our living room, like on a table in front of the window, and we carry them around on our shoulders, and they will snuggle you. If you put them up on your shoulder, they just snuggle. The other ones, if you put your hand in the cage to get them, they run away. These other guys with this bad reputation, they're so sweet.
I'm a little jealous. I really want a friendly chicken.
Oh yeah, no, they're awesome. And I you get me off of talking on to chickens, and I sometimes go off because they really are. But it's the same with the pit bulls and Rottweilers. Everybody's like, oh, they're so nasty and aggressive, but they're not.
In fact, in the UK, actually, more people are going to the hospital for dog bites from small dogs like Chihuahuas than they are these big dogs, because those guys got the I don't know what you call it, small man syndrome or small dog syndrome, and they got to prove themselves, so they're going to bite you.
That's it.
For
And-
instance,
Yep.
Dolly has about 20, 25 pounds on Indy. Never been concerned about getting bit from her. The only one time she did, it was accidental. She was going for her toy, and I happened to have I was reaching out for a toy at the same time, so it was a complete accident. Indy comes up to you and just starts biting you because he wants to play. So
I want your dog to meet my dog. Hopefully that happens before my dog decides to.
Your dog is adorable. Well,
Is it?
it's funny because everyone says like, oh, you can't have a cat or a small dog around that pit bull, but we have that Yorkie, and oh my gosh, like my pit bull doesn't fuck around with that Yorkie, and that thing's blind and half deaf. It's so funny. Yeah, I get a kick out of it. But anyway, yeah, I had a Rottweiler before when I lived up in the mountains in British Columbia, and someone set our house on fire in the middle of the night, and he was just a puppy. He didn't make it out. And then I've had one since, but I haven't had one in many years, and I gotta get one now. I've had the bug, when you probably felt it when you got your puppy. Before you got your puppy, suddenly you were looking for a puppy, even though you didn't know you wanted one or whatever.
yep, I know exactly what you
That's
mean.
where I'm at. Yeah.
Oh man, dogs are the greatest.
Oh, they are. They're the best.
Yeah, they are.
You were going to say something, Seamus?
Yeah, sorry. Sorry, I was going to just pop back in with a couple of things that I had discovered about the police cars business.
Mm-hmm.
So this is from the Globe and Mail. The article is Police Obsession. Novice mass shooter was a denturist with an obsession for policing. Now, further on in the article, it talks about an individual named Mr. Blaze Jones on Facebook. Shared a similar.
Oh, yes.
But he hates police. Right. Okay. Everything is, they play every gamut, every field, any possibility, and they throw them all at you and hope that you buy it. In a reply to a post sharing details that Mr. Wortman may be driving what appears to be an RCMP vehicle and wearing an RCMP uniform. Now, it's careful to note what exactly is quoted here by the Globe and Mail and compare it to something else. Quote, I do remember him saying he buys old police vehicles from the auction and fixes them up, wrote Mr. Jones, who said Mr. Wortman worked on his dentures in February. And there's a comma here and the end of the quotations. Now, new sentence, comma, he had to when I went to meet him in Halifax location to pick up my new dentures, period. Okay? Now, here we see that there are two police cars that this individual owns, but let's compare this to the Chronicle Herald here. I'm sharing the screen, right? Okay, good. Those who knew Gabriel Wortman stunned by the news of the shooting spree. Now, if we look for Blaze, why is the find not working here? Go away, the screen tab. Okay. Blaze. Another former client, going by the name of Blaze Jones, shared a different memory. These are by two different authors, by the way, too, in two different papers. Shared a memory on Facebook in a post repeating the RCMP information what Wortman was driving a car that was made up to look like a police vehicle and wearing a uniform. Sounds somewhat plagiaristic. However, the sentencing, I do remember him saying he buys old police vehicles from auctions and fixes them up. Semicolon, he had two, posted Jones. Quote, when I went to meet him at his Halifax location to pick up my new dentures, his wife was driving one.
Oh.
Selective editing. Boom. Boom. They've been fucking us all. What's that again? That was cut out? I do remember him saying that he buys old police vehicles from the auction and fixes them up. He had 2, comma. When I met him at his Halifax location to pick up my new dentures, his wife was driving one. Ooh, ooh.
Oh, look at that.
So his wife is using the daily driver vehicle. Did it cut? Where did it cut? The video cut? There's a piece missing already, I can tell, at the beginning. There's a piece missing. Anyway, I don't want to get lost in the technical stuff because it's the message that's there. But if there's a clips going on, I know that there's clipping going on. Oh, in the article? Yeah, no, I'll usually, if I've read stuff, I'll pick up on it. Cole, as her daily driver, is a cop car.
Fucking cop car.
And the Globe and Mail decides to leave that out.
Well, on top of that, if you look at what they end up saying, he says, I do remember him saying he buys old police vehicles from auctions. We look at that cop car that they were saying that he was driving. That's not an old cop car. That's new. That one looks like it's straight off the line.
Yeah, that's...
Well, that's, yeah, it's still got the sticker in the window.
Yeah, where is that? All right.
Hey, I have a stupid question for you. I know this is ridiculous, but are we streaming live right now?
No, not yet. It's just recording in the background.
Okay. Oh, okay, I got it.
I just got your text too. Yes, no, the car is brand new. I mean, it has what appears to be a what? No. Okay, just for background on this video, there was conversation, a lot of obviously upsetness. And then I'm like, are you okay if we stream it? I don't understand what the fuck that is. That's weird. That's really strange. And I talked about, oh, we're streaming now. That's what I noticed missing at the beginning, because I said, oh, we're joining partway through a conversation that but I thought it was really important that we get this on the record. And Tara's okay with it. Now, sorry, I'm like, Lee. Very strange. Don't know what's going on there. Okay. Dealer's sticker in the window.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Like a stat sticker that you have when you see what the car comes with.
The thing is about that picture that we see, it's either a brand new car that he had access to and he had no reason having access to, or that image was doctored by the RCMP in order to add in that number there, the 28B11. So either way, it's not looking good. Again, they also apparently had access to this car, like the picture of this car, which I don't know. It seems like his Facebook has been taken down. I doubt his Twitter is still around. But they had access to this picture. And again, they either doctored it or this guy had access to a brand new RCMP vehicle. They had access to this picture. And again, they either doctored it or That one looks like it's straight off the line.
Yeah, that's
Well, it's still got the sticker in the window.
yeah. Where is that?
Hey, I have a stupid question for you. I know this is ridiculous, but are we streaming live right now?
No, not yet. It's just recording in the background.
Okay. Oh, okay, I got it.
I just got your text too. Yes, no, the car is brand new. I mean, it has what appears to be a dealer's sticker in the window.
Oh yeah, exactly. Like a stat sticker that you have when you see what the car comes with.
The thing is about that picture that we see. It's
okay, and you can notice the pictures, some of them are using. So you notice how they clip the bumper off, right? The push bar. They wanted that out, and of course that's come out in the MCC documents, right? That they were using clipped pictures. They've been really fucking people for a long time. Stratcoms, War Room down IMT, A Strong 2. Well, that comes in a couple of days, but War Room down in Ottawa, Brennan, busy.
either a brand new car that he had access to and he had no reason having access to, or that image was doctored by the RCMP in order to add in that number there, the 28B11. So either way, it's not looking good. Again, they also apparently had access to this car, like the picture of this car, which I don't know. It seems like his Facebook has been taken down. I doubt his Twitter is still around. But they had access to this picture. And again, they either doctored it or this guy had access to a brand new RCMP vehicle.
See, and then they're playing around
exactly.
with these articles. I encountered this all the time with Bissonnette, the Bissonnette case, and many other things, where they change the articles and they're constantly updating them. The link I just clicked on was for Nova Scotia police searching for ellipsis. And yet it goes to Nova Scotia gunman shot dead, at least 18, killed in senseless random attack. So they've ditched that article. I don't know if I actually even got around to, or somebody did let's just see if it's sitting in the archive. Good old friend. I love archive. It is just sitting there in my toolbar. Archiving stuff is good. Multiple archive sites. If you do, then you can, because they can fiddle around with them too.
I'm going to
post.
It's funny.
You know what, you guys, if you want to do this live, sorry. If you want to do this live, I'm okay with that. They seem to be getting messages like people want to talk to me, and they might want to ask me some questions. I don't know.
I don't know if I can switch it to live now.
Oh, okay. That's good enough for me. I can live with that. Totally fine.
Can I go live?
I don't use StreamYard, so I'm not 100%.
I don't know if it's going to go live now. Let's see.
That's okay.
Let's check and see if something's showing up on my channel. Must just be Seamus techno dum.
No. I don't want to do that. I just thought I just had a message where
maybe it pays off though.
Oh, here, there you go. We are live.
Seamus dum. Oh, are we?
Really?
Oh,
we have a chat.
Oh,
okay, guys.
Started.
Hey, I like that. I can read the chat at the same time.
Did we lose all of what was happened then? I don't know.
Most likely.
It says live up in the corner for 1 hour and 20 minutes.
Yeah, but I don't think it could. Obviously, I don't think
I don't think.
Can somebody scroll back and find?
Oh, no, it looks like we can go back. Yeah, no, I'm all the way back. Oh, an hour, 20 minutes.
Really?
What did Todd say?
So I guess,
Score.
yeah, it started streaming 80
Seamus
minutes ago.
Fergie.
So I guess if you're recording it and then go live, it will provide everything there.
Poor Jared. I have a feeling that
Actually
YouTube
thinks
is
I
going
got
to
it.
down this video, though. So
I get the same feeling.
Oh, fuck yeah. Oh, right away, baby. Yep.
anyways, so if
Yep. This.
I guess we're starting midway through here again, so maybe we can catch up to speed. Is that possible?
Okay. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so those of you, so
I get the same feeling.
Oh, fuck yeah. Oh, right away, baby. Yep.
anyways, so if
Yep. This.
I guess we're starting midway through here again, so maybe we can catch up to speed.
I just thought, I just had a message where, so I thought that I was. Oh, here, there you go. We are live.
Oh, are we?
Really?
Oh, there
We
we
have
go.
a chat. Country.
Oh, it must
Okay.
have
Hey,
just gotten
guys.
started.
Hey, I like that. I can read the chat at the same time.
Did we lose all of what was happened then? I don't know.
Most likely.
It says live up in the corner for 1 hour and 20 minutes.
Yeah, but I don't think it could, obviously, I don't think,
I don't think.
can somebody scroll back and find, see
Oh.
if they,
No, it looks like we can go back.
Sorry, I'm
Yeah,
listening
no,
for
I'm all the way
something
back.
else.
Oh, an hour, 20 minutes.
Really?
So I guess,
Score.
yeah, it started streaming 80
Seamus
minutes ago.
Fergie.
So I guess if you're recording it and then go live, it will provide everything there.
I have a feeling that YouTube is going to down this video though. So
I get the same feeling.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Yeah. YouTube's been fucking with me for years. YouTube/CSE. These fucking bastards.
Oh, right away, baby. Yep.
anyways, so if
Yep. This.
I guess we're starting midway through here again, so maybe we can catch up to speed. Is that possible?
Okay. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so those of you who don't know Concan, she's a friend of both Adrian and I's, Tara, and she has a YouTube channel, which hopefully you subscribe to. But sadly, her brother, her sister-in-law, and her niece were killed tragically in Portapique. So it's kind of been a hectic weekend and stuff for her. Thank you for the link there, Adrian. Really appreciate that.
No problem.
So
Thank you.
the floor, I don't know what to say, obviously, other than, our hearts are with you. Maybe you can describe your brother and some for us.
You guys, thank you for everything. Everyone has been so nice to me in Facebook, and I read all your comments and all your condolences, and I'm sorry if I don't respond to everyone.
Sorry, I'm just seeing what's upsetting Tara. I guess it's the condolences. Yes. YouTube videos.
My brother, he was my big brother.
We can stop at any time if you want to.
No, it's okay. This was ridiculous. He, when he was a young person, he was a fucking shit disturber. He was from Cape Breton. He was a fucking tough guy. And, but he had all heart. He He would never screw anyone over. He would never rat anyone out. He was not that guy. He was just good. And I loved him, and his daughter was brilliant, and Jolene, and these people. It's my family. We had a pretty fucked up family, but that was like, I shared a womb with that guy, you know? There's something. He was my brother from the same mother, and it was funny because when my mom had him, he's older than me, and she put him up for adoption, and I didn't know that he even was my brother. I knew him kind of, sort of, but anyway, I didn't know who he was, that he was my brother, or I found him when I was 16 years old. And it was like a part of my body was missing. And then when I found Aaron, I was like, oh, there's my arm. I've been missing my whole fucking life, you know? And it was weird because I was 16 when I met him and he was 19, and it was like he was my best friend. Like, he was my best friend. And he didn't fuck around, you know. He kicked his shit out of my ass if I needed it. But he loved me so much.
Sounds like he was a real toughie. Not somebody you'd want to mess
He
around.
wasn't. No, he had at least 3, I think, rather 4 black belts in martial arts. He was an MMA fighter. He, every time I see Derek, that's who his build is. He reminds me of my brother. I think that's why, like, you know, initially when I was introduced to him, I felt like I knew him right away because you can see my brother's build, they're kind of the same. And yeah, it's a weird thing because probably a year ago now, where my brother lived on that road, that place was left to him by his dad, his adoptive dad, who was I only ever talked to him once on the phone, and he was nice to me, and it was when mine and Aaron's real mom died. But other than that, my understanding was he was a real bastard. But I don't know. And he left that place to Aaron, and that's where Aaron's been, and you know, just been growing up. And he used to be a shit disturber, but he had this kid, and he had his wife, and he had his life in the woods, and he was chill. Like, he went from being kind of a biker fighter kind of guy to just chill, just being really chill.
And it's funny because from the videos that we can.
So see, there's a key point, right? You know, Aaron was a fucking scrapper. He was an honest to good scrapper, like hardcore. You got a family. Just, you know, that's all you got to think about. If you got a family, right? And if somebody's going to kill your family, and you have, obviously, you know, people are going to protect themselves and protect their family. But if you have skills to boot, and you're fighting for your life, you're fighting for your family, you're going to do damage. Anybody ever care to bag Aaron's hands and test them for DNA? He didn't die instantly.
Can't find of him online. As tough as he seems like he kind of melts for his daughter there, Emily. She seemed like he would just do anything for her.
Oh, and you know, Emily was 17 years old, and that girl was a bow hunter. Like, not hunting, she didn't hunt for animals, but like she could shoot a target all day long and hit a bullseye every time. And she rode a dirt bike and raced a dirt bike and fixed cars and piled wood. Like the day before on her Facebook page, was she had just stacked a shitload of wood and raked up and cleaned up, and you never saw a more respectable, respectful teenager and close to her family. Like, they lived in the woods for the first 2 years they lived there. They didn't have running water or power, so she didn't have the internet, she didn't have a phone. She you know, they live on a, it was just, they were really good, tight knit family who loved the shit out of each other, and they loved the shit out of me too.
It's a tough loss for you and your family, and you know, even though I didn't know him, like just knowing how that's hurt you, you know, listening to you last night or you know this morning. It's a small circle, you know, this YouTube circle is really tiny. And even though there seems to be politics and nonsense, right? Like, honestly, at the end of the day, what is it really truly about? You know, being friends, and because life is short.
Yeah,
And unfortunately,
it
with
is. And you know what? Sorry, go ahead.
Okay. And it's just unfortunate because this situation that took place in Nova Scotia just kind of shows you how important time is right now to spend time with your friends and families, because you never know when something like this is going to happen or who's it going to affect. I mean, I'm sure most people, like even myself, the first time when I quickly signed on to Twitter and I heard there was a shooting, my first reaction was just, you know, not again, you know, but it just seemed like it was another one. And
Yeah.
even when I read that, I didn't think for a second that it was going to just affect a friend of mine.
No, not at all. Like, I remember when the phone rang, because it was midnight. You called me, I think, right? That's like 3 o'clock in the morning, and I picked up the phone. I'm like, "What the hell? You're up late. What are you doing up at this time of the day, you know, night?" And then could hear in your voice.
It was so hard to get any information. It was just, it was so hard to even find out what was happening. It was really difficult. I left messages all day long, my name, my phone number, who.
Okay, this stuff is important. This stuff is important because she's laying out what was going on with the RCMP and the families, right? She's laying it out, which is really important. Other thing on the side note is the divinity of it all, right? You know, it is such a spooky story. The fact that Tara and I know each other. I don't know anybody really on YouTube. I don't care to know anybody on YouTube. And the fact that all of us, you know, were diggers before this. But listen carefully to the reactions from towards families, right? Bant. And at this point, I don't know. Yeah, I think it went over to Bant by this point. It was at first in the hands of Dave Lilly. And an interesting piece to this is then it went over to Bant. Rod McDonald also acted with Wayne Bent as a family liaison. And of course, then we have, why is his name eluding me? The officer that was assigned to the entire Banfield family, all of them got it. And they asked for victim services and shit. You can put it in victim services. I think the search is victim services Banfield family. Not to take it away, because I want the message. So if we're at here 130:14, let's go back to where she's talking about that. It's a bit of a replay. Sorry, there's some extra in there because life is short.
Yeah,
And unfortunately,
it
with
is. And you know what? Sorry, go ahead.
Okay. And it's just unfortunate because this situation that took place in Nova Scotia just kind of shows you how important time is right now to spend time with your friends and families, because you never know when something like this is going to happen or who's it going to affect. I mean, I'm sure most people, like even myself, the first time when I quickly signed on to Twitter and I heard there was a shooting, my first reaction was just, not again, but it just seemed like it was another one. And
Yeah.
even when I read that, I didn't think for a second that it was going to just affect a friend of mine.
No, not at all. Like, I remember when the phone rang, because it was midnight. You called me, I think, right? That's like 3 o'clock in the morning, and I picked up the phone. I'm like, "What the hell? You're up late. What are you doing up at this time of the day, night?" And then could hear in your voice.
It was so hard to get any information. It was just, it was so hard to even find out what was happening. It was really difficult. I left messages all day long, my name, my phone number, who I was. It just, I could go on all day about how terrible it really was, in order, to find out, from a dear friend of mine who I love, and for him to have had to tell me, like, it sucks for me to hear about my brother's death from my brother's very best friend, but it must have been even worse for him to have to be the guy to tell me. Like, oh my God. And then everything else I heard was on Facebook. Like, and I called the police office, and they're like, "We can't confirm anything, nothing we know for sure because the scene's still being processed." Well, then how do all these other people know what's going on? Why do people on Facebook know and I can't confirm it?
Yeah,
Thank you, everyone, so much.
Sorry, continue.
No, everyone in the chat. I want to make sure I say thank you so much. Like, I don't know. I got so many nice messages on my video, and I don't even know what I said in my video. I really couldn't say. I posted some things on
the video. Gonna come back at you, RCMP. Task 703. Anyone? That was a mistake. Oh, you're gonna feel it.
some RCMP websites throughout the night that I kept waking up expecting to see red and blue flashing lights on my bedroom wall, because I'm not overly impressed. I'm extremely impressed. And I was feeling very vocal about it yesterday, let's say.
Yeah. Well, up late. What are you doing up at this time of the day, night? And then could hear in your voice.
It was so hard to get any information. It was just, it was so hard to even find out what was happening. It was really difficult. I left messages all day long, my name, my phone number, who I was. It just, I could go on all day about how terrible it really was, in order, like, to find out from a dear friend of mine who I love, and for him to have had to tell me, like, it sucks for me to hear about my brother's death from my brother's very best friend, but it must have been even worse for him to have to be the guy to tell me. Like, oh my God. And then everything else I heard was on Facebook. Like, and I called the police office, and they're like, we can't confirm anything, nothing we know for sure because the scene's still being processed. Well, then how do all these other people know what's going on? Why do people on Facebook know and I can't confirm it?
Yeah,
Thank you, everyone, so much.
Sorry, continue.
No, everyone in the chat. I want to make sure I say thank you so much. Like, I don't know. I got so many nice messages on my video, and I don't even know what I said in my video. I really couldn't say. I posted some things on some RCMP.
Sorry, I'm just taking note of the message there. What if at this terrible time, but what if Aaron does some world-changing justice, serving even after his passing, April 19th. Oh, spooky, man. This stuff is spooky. Remember, nobody was questioning shit in the media for, other than the alert came along a couple days later, and then it was just kind of just alert stuff. It was a fucking tough phone call, man. Anyway, what if Aaron does some justice even after his passing? Wow.
Websites throughout the night that I kept waking up expecting to see red and blue flashing lights on my bedroom wall because I'm not overly impressed. I'm extremely impressed. And I was feeling very vocal about it yesterday, let's say.
Yeah. Well, totally understandable. And I mean, the police, I really felt badly. I was angry to hear that they had left you in the lurch for so long, because when you and I spoke last night, this morning, and that's 30, how many hours is that? And they hadn't even,
like the next day,
officially still by that point, 3 o'clock in the morning. I don't think I recognize the name, Tara, but you do? I don't recognize the name. There's a lot of people that have come and gone, but there was a ton of glow floating around at the beginning. Fuck. Didn't realize you were still here. Task 703. That was a big mistake. A big mistake. In your time, that your brother and his family was dead. Murdered. Tragic.
And even to this point, I got what I would consider an actual phone call from somebody this morning around 11, and even then it says he didn't say your brother, or Aaron has been confirmed. He just said we're again with the actually I got pretty pissed off. My spouse had to walk out because he was mad. I did apologize, but he said we're still processing the scene and we can't verify anything. I said, this is fucking bullshit. It's been 2 days and I don't know what's going on, and I'm hearing from everyone else about this. At least confirm. So then he was quite good, and then but again, he implied that I had the right information, but he didn't confirm anything. And I didn't have anything confirmed until after that, when the lady from the coroner phoned me to say that Aaron was on the way from the scene to the coroner's office, and she gave me her direct number and said that I said, like, what's going on? Like, was the house burnt? Was he burnt? She said, he's not here, so I don't know. And so she, of course, can't give me anything else. But she said, you know, I said, I said, I want to see him, like, because I'm not trying to be morbid or anything, but I just don't believe things that people tell me anymore.
Yeah.
Because I know that so much of this is bullshit. And she said that they would get in touch with me, and they might need me for like DNA to be able to identify him. But I mean, really, that's not really why I'm here to talk, because this is bullshit. You can't take a person who has this kind of money and has this kind of, like, Seamus, I keep forgetting about all these articles that girl sent to us. But, you know, that article from Frank where they talk about police officers showing up in his parking lot, and that person.
The same person who is doing videotape investigation at Big Stop just happens to be in the February 12th parking lot incident with an RCMP member. HRP and RCMP together in Frank magazine. Stinks.
Who put that post with the same article with all the notes and stuff written on there, and that this, you know, this person seemed to have had encounters, and he did have more than one at least interaction, and one negative one with my brother. And
take all
it seems like, pardon?
Sorry, take all the time you want, and if you want to stop anytime.
Yeah, no, this
emotional.
this is highly unusual. The thing is, like, seriously, oh, hey, hitters, thank you. Thanks, Dixie. Thank you, everyone. Really. I don't know even what to do. It's not, didn't happen authentically. This isn't organic. This isn't a person who just lost their shit. I feel like I've said this 25 times, and I apologize if I have. But no, this person had police influence. You don't get a brand new police car off the showroom floor with what looks like a fucking sticker in the window if your hobby is restoring antique cars that you buy from auctions. You didn't buy that car from an auction, right? Why does the police have a brand new picture of this car with all the decals on it?
Absolutely.
Why?
Absolutely.
How? And the people who have said to me, and I've had fucktards say this to me, and I don't know, because I've never bought a car from an auction, but I have had people say to me, anyone can buy an old police car from an auction. Okay, well, go do it. Go get all the decals, all the symbols, the fucking mounted horse, the phone number, the 911, that long stupid thing with the colors, and tell me how easy it is for you to get all that and make your car look like a cop car, and nobody says fucking shit about it. And then your wife's driving it around like a fucking Pinto or a fucking K car. It's a goddamn cop car, and everyone's okay with it.
I don't think it'll show. Goosebumps. I listen to my body. It talks. All our bodies do. Stinks. Who is it? Dwayne Stanley. Dwayne Stanley, same officer, HRP, who just happens to be in the parking lot on February 12th. And Dorrington gives him a ticket later in the day. And then the three amigos self-dispatching along with O'Brien. And no code of conduct. Stinks. Let's see if we can find Frank. And she's absolutely right. Stickers, you can't get that. That information was intranet. So if you look at the bottom of the document, I don't know if they've dummied up something now, but if you look at the bottom of the memorandum, or sort of the moratorium, God bless that person who sent it. I hope those people are safe. Okay. Delete the fucking videos. That's fine. You can go fuck yourself too. It should say on here. Okay, first of all, it's from manual, so that's a big clue. And in October 15th, see, the date's going to be critical too. October 15th, there'll be stuff that stops. There's things in this. This stuff is all internal. InfoWeb, I think, is internal. Car 54. Stinky. Internal. The decals, I did see the website at one point in time. God knows. I totally forget it now. That was so far back. It's somewhere maybe in a warrant. And I think I went back and it's been deleted. And I think I even checked the archives and it's been removed. But those things aren't known publicly. The fine details, the specs on that kind of stuff. Equally, members are like, no, man, we have no idea what's in our fucking car. We have no idea. We just get in it, we go, we do our thing. They teach us how to use it. That's all. You got to know. That's a lot of stuff to know. And it's not publicly known. So, and it's a brand new car with a, what is it, a Monterey sticker? I always get that name fucked up. Let's see. Dwayne Stanley. Sorry, I'll look for that. See if I can find it. Now, here we go. And then it was published in the Examiner, too. Ooh, that's new. Oh, I see. It's because they're just excerpting it. August 10th. Find. What? Find. Here. Tracy Longpre. This is not true. That is totally and utterly false. Detective Constable Dwayne Stanley, yes, he's HRP. Tracy Longpre is RCMP, formerly out of BC. I showed that in a video once before. They're together in the parking lot. at Wortman's, and then Frank just goes down, takes photos, huh? Writes a story, maybe. Seems a bit, maybe that's what you guys do down there. I don't know. Seems a bit far-fetched for me. And then the same person, Constable Dwayne Stanley, is doing the video investigation at the big stop. And all these people are getting awards. Something stinky. Was the phone recording of phone call deleted or misplaced before memo was issued? Oh, a very good question. Dan Breen. The Dan Breen recording. I'd say if I was to put $1 down on something, it's going to be that the guns thing, as in the legislation, obviously, because it's just logic, right? The legislation, A, was drafted before the event happened. B, so Nova Scotia would not have really impacted it. They just like to throw that in. So that's not what's going on, right? And I think they're taking people down a bit of a garden path with the gun legislation. I've always felt that way. I know right away there was a lot of cry about that. I agree, it's an issue, but I would say it's small potatoes compared to what's going on. Dan Breen's recording, but there's also notes from that meeting. Do you want to stick with the smaller potato stories on this one? As in the gun legislation, which is huge. It's not small. I'm not taking away, and the political interference, which is unbelievable. Who's doing the notes? I stuck out a breadcrumb on Twitter one day. The first name of the person who did the notes in the meeting. So there's existing notes as well as the recording. And then they say first the recording, Dan Breen's recording. What did they say? I showed that letter from Laurie Ward to Thomas Cromwell, Justice Cromwell, who was high up in the MCC in the back room. And I like what I see he does. He's really pushing for stuff from the DOJ. And the Dan Breen recording, he asks about it, obviously. I don't know what tips him. I'm still trying to figure that one out. But, I mean, notes are a given. Recording, I don't know. I don't know the insight on that one. I guess there would be on certain ones. I need to ask some more from a couple of people. But the Laurie Ward responds by saying he believes he's no longer in possession of the device, of the whatever recording device, phone or microtape or whatever recorder. It's gone. Then on the stand, or not, it's not a stand, it's a fucking plaything that they sit on over there at the MCC. They say, wasn't it Brennan? Was it Brennan? Said, it's been deleted. Again, logic. Point A to B. He no longer has the device. Okay, Dan, give us that device. Okay, I no longer have the device. Now it gets deleted. Oh, see, it's deleted. You have both answers, which are true. But it's not deleted, I assure you. It's definitely on the O drive and the S drive. O drive for sure down in Ottawa. I don't know about, yeah, probably on the S drive, but down there in Nova Scotia. But the secret RCMP drives, which not to go off into the weeds, as Brenda would say, but this is the O drive. I talked about it in a video. O drives and Gmails, there's lots of good things in there. Because it's the backroom shit that everybody's got to be afraid of. The existence of O drive on or about, this is from a court document down in BC from a friggin' huge case. And this is in amongst it. Massive. I don't even know how long the document is on this one. On or about April 2020. I became informed that senior RCMP maintained a secret computer drive categorized as an O drive on April 30, 2020. This is not related, by the way. This is not MCC. This is something totally different. I submitted to the RCMP Assistant Commissioner Eric Stubbs an email message detailing this information, which was in part Exhibit R from the case. I was, quote, I was informed by a reliable source that in February 2020 training program, a national commanding officer, NCO, acknowledged to a group of approximately 30 members that NCOs and senior members of management utilize secure O drives on the computer network system to communicate covertly about employees. So this is to do with, this is more specific on a particular item, but the message underlying it is true. And this is the lady, I believe, yes, Shirley Heafy. I know her from something else. Anyway, Shirley Heafy, former chair of RCMP Public Complaints Commission. Remember the lady that was there? She's the new one. I forget her name. Red hair, red curly hair, and she'd be out of her mind. I don't know anybody who could survive that and be mentally stable. With all the RCMP shit. In response, government, DOJ, shit. In response to my message to Stubbs, Heafy submitted to me a message detailing her knowledge of a secret RCMP senior management controlled computer drive, which stated in part as follows, quote, what you have said in the latest email message, secret O drive used by RCMP leadership has existed for a long time and continues to this day, no doubt. Remember, this she was serving in this capacity much beforehand, Shirley Heafy. So she's speaking about in the past, her knowledge of it. I inadvertently, mistakenly, became aware of the existence of this drive used by leadership when I conducted oversight of the RCMP for 10 years. I am not sure if they called it the O drive back when Zach or Deli, whatever, fuck, I can never pronounce his name. I know there's going to be somebody who's scolding me. Anyways, was commissioner, he's a piece of work, but existed for sure. No surprise given that RCMP leadership has a way of hiding responsibility for its failures, as well as having a tool to harass members who might decide to expose leadership failures. Having flashbacks of certain members. Tim Mills pops to mind right away, but there's a few of them. In the Nova Scotia stuff. There's tons of them all over the place who say, yeah, they blackmail people, they fuck people up, and they keep all their secret goo hidden away. And now we know of the existence of the S drive in Nova Scotia. Anyway, not to take away, went way off into a tangent, but looks like timing they revealed when they revealed the interference story. October 15th? Where's the stupid? Did I close it? Oh no. I did. I think it was October 15th, right? 2021? October 15th, 2021. Conclusion of the quintet study. No. It was October 2020, sorry. Wasn't it? Let me make sure. I don't want to be wrong on this. (2020). There'll be something key that happens in around here. IMT. We're here just to collect all the data and put it onto the what fucking special computer system, which Bent didn't even know how to use. Sure. That's what you do.
No. Anybody else know how many
Oh, shit, sorry.
there is?
Sorry. Why? Sorry. I'll go back. See my fucking tech skills. Jesus. God, please come back and help me with this one day. I'm not even quite sure where we were. Okay, we'll go back here. Whatever, and I take that as a sign too from God. Stay the fuck away from this. I know it's bad news. Tech is the worst thing that we've ever gotten as humans. Well, you can listen to music. You can listen to a fucking goddamn Walkman. Yeah, but I can talk to somebody over in Scotland. Yeah, you can just call them too. But it's expensive. Use a phone card. I know I'll be right on this one. One day. Okay, so I think that's wrong. I want this one. That was why it was a problem. I thought we were still back in that mode. You can use the arrow keys. Yes, thank you. Now, hopefully I'll remember that. To seek back and forth by 10 seconds. That is an awesome piece of knowledge to have. I feel learned today.
Folks who are really, dear friends to me, who I really truly cherish, and I wasn't able to get back to everyone, and I was trying really hard to reply to messages on Facebook and my phone, and I thought this way at least people could get the story maybe all at once, and it feels really weird. It's bad. This is bad. I think there's a lot more to it. My brother, hello?
Yep, you're still here.
Did I lose you guys?
Yep.
Nope, you're still here.
Okay. Aaron lived right on the shore, right on.
Sorry, I'm going to back it up a little bit more because I think it was further back than that. Plus, she talked about how they're controlling the fucking information, which is true. They totally control information. See, this is shit that we were all sitting around talking about for fucking years. And then, God, this came along, fell. Oh.
Was okay with it? No. Right? I had a fight with my boyfriend out here in my yard one day, and somebody called the cops on me. I had somebody threaten my boyfriend to call the cops because he was going to go visit a friend of his during the COVID. I'm sorry, but no, something's going on to make sure that nobody's talking about this guy. How in this tiny little town is this woman driving a cop car as her daily commuter and nobody's town? Is this woman talking about this guy? Something's going on to make sure that nobody's talking about this guy. How in this tiny little town that nobody's talking about? But no, something's going on to make sure that nobody's talking about this guy. How in this tiny little town is this woman driving a cop car as her daily commuter and nobody says shit?
Okay,
There's
right.
no.
We didn't. That was before we streamed.
Oh, that was before we started live streaming.
Yeah.
We covered a lot.
I don't know.
I'm sorry
that go back through it. You want to go back through it?
I can if you want to. I may have, a small person interrupt me at some point, but it's totally fine. I can do. I'm really sorry, you guys, about that.
No.
I just was
No
getting
apologies
messages
needed.
from lovely. I was getting messages from lovely folks who are really, dear friends to me, who I really truly cherish, and I wasn't able to get back to everyone, and I was trying really hard to reply to messages on Facebook and my phone, and I thought this way at least people could get the story maybe all at once, and it feels really weird. It's bad. This is bad. I think there's a lot more to it. My brother, hello?
Yep, you're still here.
Did I lose you guys?
Nope, you're still here.
Okay. Aaron lived right on the shore, right on the Bay of Fundy. When I went there last time and he showed me Emily's new motorcycle, a dirt bike, a two-stroke. Yay me for knowing that. He took me down a rock beach trail right to the Bay of Fundy, and so it's kind of prime area. And if you listen to people like Deborah Tavares, Jesus Christ, does anybody else know who I mean? Deborah Tavares.
Okay, sorry. That reminded me. There we go. Debbie Trask. Debbie. You like taking notes, Debbie? Where's your notebook, Debbie?
Do you know who I mean? She's the one who put me on to event 21 or 201. Fuck. I'm so sorry, you guys. She put me on to event 201 and all sorts of other things. But what she's talking about is for recently somebody moved into that area who is some kind of but what she's talking about is for recently somebody moved into that area who is some kind of person who wants to take it. Somebody moved in and all sorts of other things, but what she's talking about is
Well, that's interesting. I like that. I'd say that's a clip right there. Maybe. Goes from what she's talking about and then it comes back to something else.
for recently about is 01 and all sorts of other things, but what she's talking about is for recently somebody moved into that area who is some kind of person who wants to take it. It's a
That was a clip, and I know what it's related to, but I don't think it's anything to do with Nova Scotia. But certainly a clip.
private road that they live on, and she wanted to get some kind of a council where people contribute money and get things taken care of and things like that. And of course my brother, being the redneck that he is, didn't want that, and some of the other folks didn't either. And you know, that was something that was happening quite recently, like within the last 3 or 4 months. And apparently this woman's husband is quite influential. I don't know how influential, but according to my brother, quite influential in getting things done. But lots of money, supposedly. And you know what? For all I know, it could have been this Gabriel's wife. For all I know, it was some new people that moved in. The wife kind of maybe had nothing better to do than it could have been, supposedly. And you know what? For all I know, it could have been this Gabriel's wife. For all I know, it was some new people that moved in. The wife kind of maybe had nothing better to do than to organize this council, and she and my brother butted heads over it.
Interesting. Would that be Lisa Banfield that she was speaking about? Debbie, I don't know. Are you reacting to the Lisa Banfield stuff there? Let's listen to that again. I don't know if Debbie Trask is still living. I presume so. For sure, she's got the notes. Well, maybe the RCMP. Everyone that had to do with this had to turn in everything they had and has never seen it since. You read the interviews, they're like, well, I know you say I said that or whatever. They don't provide them the audio. It says it in the transcript. They don't have their notes. I don't think by and large they're all turned in. You know, and then time passes and people forget things. They were doing a lot of fucking shit. Get no cops come start investigating because they had too many break-ins picked up. Gets told no cops are going to come start an investigation because I'm not sure if someone showed up during the day, ransacked the house, tore up. Oh, at the clinic? Oh, we had. I like that. I wonder if that's still on there. I know I took a screenshot of it. It won't be because I think it's been demolished now. Oh, no. Oh, yeah, you guys can't see. I saw Indo resurfacing, and he was formerly the picture giver or the donator to Atlantic Denture. Under, what was his name then? Bedford, I believe. He went under Bedford at the time. Fuck, there's a lot of spook shit running around in the background. Look at the clock to watch the time. Oh, on. Oh, yeah. Derp. God, you guys are getting fucking way too good. I don't think it's a lot. I think it's only a little bit, but I think I know what it's related to. I don't think it's a Nova Scotia thing. I don't even know when that was. Yeah, but I do want to hear what she's saying about. Oh, I could go. Somewhere in there.
He showed me Emily's new.
Oh, fuck.
I'm so sorry, guys.
Deborah, she's talking about Deborah Travaris about other things, other world issues. Fuck. Man, this fucking tech. Deborah Travaris. And then it's going to cut out here now. But there's no clock in the corner, so I can't tell. Great idea, though.
She put me onto event 201 and all sorts of other things. But what she's talking about is recently somebody moved into that area who is some kind of person who wants to take it. It's a private road.
So certainly edit it, right? Because she's talking about something not even related to Portapique and somebody who's not even related to Portapique, and they cut that. They cut the whatever this streaming goop I use is. Anyway, okay, but she's going to talk about Lisa, I think, here now.
Road that they live on, and she wanted to get some kind of a council where people contribute money and get things taken care of and things like that. And of course, my brother, being the redneck that he is, didn't want that, and some of the other folks didn't either. And you know, that was something that was happening quite recently, like within the last 3 or 4 months. And apparently this woman's husband is quite influential. I don't know how influential, but according to my brother, quite influential in getting things done. But lots of money, supposedly. And you know what? For all I know, it could have been this Gabriel's wife. For all I know, it was some new people that moved in. The wife kind of maybe had nothing better to do than to organize this council, and she and my brother butted heads over it.
I think that might be Gabe. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Anyway, this Deborah
Gabe and
Tavares
Lisa.
was talking about how they're moving globally people off the shore, so that, of course, when they start to take over, you know, if we can't, she didn't say this, I'm saying this, we can't get away, you know, we won't have access to the water we need and the fish and da 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 da. So I'm thinking that maybe that council could have been the start to that. And honestly, at this point, whether or not I'm making any sense, I really don't know. So I hopefully not to be too judged on it.
She did come back to Deborah Tavares.
Well, another,
Sorry?
just adding on to what you're talking about, this idea of moving people off of the sea, is that it really limits the amount of you can do when it comes to trade, whether that be in supplies or food. You know, right now, if you live on the sea, you can have people that are independently doing that. Once you move people inland and you cut them off, you're pretty much reliant on these government entities in order to provide you what you need. So you're definitely not wrong on there. And the idea of climate change has been a perfect excuse for people to be able to move away from the seas, the rising sea levels, as it were.
Yeah.
Yes, right. Well, and Marty was saying, yeah, they're spinning this into a gun grab. Here's a funny little twist about that, is that Aaron had guns. They hunted, if you know, they shot things, and they lived in the woods, like there's coyotes and bears and shit, so they had that. But simply because he just didn't want that kind of stuff in his house, he actually got rid of his guns. I don't know what happened to them, but he got rid of his guns. And I firmly believe that if he had not gotten rid of his guns, he would be here today to tell you this, and I wouldn't have to tell you this story. So I don't know how I feel about guns, not because I think they're dangerous, but because of the paperwork and the paper trail that leads the government to you when you get them, and the regulations that go with them. I feel like you're probably better off with like a bow and arrow or something like that. I don't know if that's appropriate to say, but people need to be able to reach into behind their fucking door and grab something to protect themselves. When a fucking RCMP in a uniform shows up to their house to murder them, really?
Yes,
Because
exactly.
essentially, right? And that leads me to another point, and it's funny because my spouse is extremely intelligent, and he can take in a lot of information all at once. And I'm always super excited when I come up with a thought that I get to before he does. And I was just about to say this to him today, and he said it to me first. And I was like, fuck, I almost had you. But in addition to this, in my opinion, being clearly staged, and it's 1446 right now. This being very much staged and put into place very deliberately, I think it serves an additional purpose to make people afraid of the RCMP, because it adds to this COVID thing, right? We're putting into place martial law and all these quote unquote emergency measures that these people can give you tickets for going rollerblading with your kids in the park. These people can now give you tickets because you want to take your dog for a walk or go to the beach or sit in your front yard, your own yard, a little too close to the person who lives with you. Or you know, I don't know if this part's been implemented yet. You guys probably know more than I do. but I heard it said by this chubby guy with the UN about they're going to be putting into place law that says if they feel that someone in your household is sick, they can come in and remove that person and quarantine them how they see fit.
Yep.
Are you fucking kidding me?
It was a recommendation
Right?
by
And-
the World Health Organization. So they're pretty much trying to mandate
Yeah.
that they can come in and take your kids away now.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. And
East
you know
Coast
what?
is- Oh, sorry.
Well, that's a UN thing. So that's all of us. That's not just us here. But I mean, we've all seen it that over the past few years, the RCMP have become less and less your neighborhood police officer and more, you know, fucking little penis needs a fucking baseball bat and a gun to get shit done because he's a fucking puke. You know, you used to be able to have a conversation with an RCMP officer and joke around if you were going over the speed limit, and now they're all business. There's none of that, you know.
Just in case you're joining us,
Yes, Jim.
that's East Coast just asking who you are. So this is Concan, who's an old friend of ours, and her brother and sister-in-law and her niece were tragically murdered in Portapic. So we're just kind of all doing we were going to do some investigating and talking, and we did do like an hour and a half off air, which she said she wanted to go live, so we just switched it over. I think the important thing I'm hoping.
Oh, Hitters just mentioned the Frank.
Yes, I'm gonna switch over to that story. I'm hoping that people won't let go of the fact that the police want that component of the car to go away. The police uniform and the police cars, plural, to go away. Because this would not have happened if he didn't have a car. He was pulling people over. He was shooting them because they believed that he was a police officer. And in fact, your brother probably in the middle of the night, right, because he knew him, right, would not have come middle of the night. They believed that he was a police officer. And in fact, your brother happened if he didn't have a car. Well, uniform and the police cars, plural. To go over. This would not have happened if he didn't have a car. He was pulling people over. He was shooting them. Oh, he was pulling people over. I think it was a few days later they started saying, no, we never pulled anybody over. Bullshit. Oops. Because they believed that he was a police officer. And in fact, your brother probably in the middle of the night, right, because he knew him, right, would not have come outside. They'd already had some interaction before on a not such a positive level. So he wouldn't have come outside, open the door for somebody he knew if he drove up in his own vehicle. If he drives up in a
that's
car. Sorry.
For my brother, the thing is that happened with their interaction is that Aaron's friend delivered a car to him at one point, and this Gabe they call him Gabe, was over at Aaron's house, and he invited them to his house for drinks, I guess, for drinks to hang out. It's walking distance. They're they're neighbors right there. They're right there. Everybody's right there. There's like 2 streets, and there's like they cross in the middle, and one end of the street has one name, and the other, like, it's so close. It's so close. Everybody's right there. And so they went to his house and hung out, drank, whatever they did, I guess. And like I said earlier, I don't know if I said this, but this guy is loaded. Had lots of money. According to my friend, he had a full restaurant, a full Montana's restaurant, like the full out. If you were a franchisee of Montana's, what you would have as a restaurant, he had one in his garage. He had the actual motorcycle from the Easy Rider movie. My brother took selfies sitting on it. Like the dude was fucking loaded. And they hung out. There was no problem that night. And then I guess one night Aaron was over there having drinks. And this Gabe got a little mouthy, and Aaron, being, you know, a trained fighter since he was little, you know, he came from Cape Breton, and you know, he was that guy, and he Gabriel, I guess, asked him if he wanted to fight, and Aaron phoned me later and told me, because he was really proud of himself. Like I said, he changed. He used to be kind of he wasn't a thug, but he acted like a thug. And he was so proud. He's like, this guy threatened to fight me, and I said to him, I will kick your ass, but you have to hit me first. And he sat down and he didn't fight him. And then it let up, and Aaron left and walked away. So proud of himself, and I was so proud of him because he didn't, you know, fight him. And anyway, that was their last encounter, as far as I know, other than this.
Yeah, the money component here isn't adding up, and it seems a bit shaky on the grounds that that Frank article seems to almost indicate Mr. Gabriel was dealing drugs, possibly, and in bed with some not so good people.
Well, when you at one point when you stepped away,
Well, yeah, I mean
when you stepped away,
sorry, Adrian, go ahead.
no problem. We ended up taking a quick look online. He was a denturist. A denturist in Canada makes an average salary of about 117,000, I think, is what we saw. So even if we take into account how this guy was a denturist, he was a mortician, he was an engineer. There's so many hours in the day, and this guy's somehow managed to rack up multi-million dollars where he can afford to have a full-blown Montana in his.
So who the hell reported engineer at the beginning? Was it just bad reporting? And then we learn that he's a child psychologist, right? And when I ran through that story, it never made any sense. You go from a child psychologist, and I ran all the salaries over in New Brunswick and in Nova Scotia. You go from child psychologist to mortician to denturist almost right away. Like, you'd be better off sticking with child psychologist because you're going to make more money. But instead, he's like, and who's apparently footing the bill? Karina Kincaid Lowe? Billions? Yeah. Out of truck stops? Whatever, man. Your fucking funky companies. It all stinks.
Garage, he can have all these motorcycles, including, like you said, the motorcycle from Easy Rider, which it costs a lot of money. To put in perspective, when Ben Affleck finished doing Batman, he wanted to purchase the Batman outfit. It was going to cost him $100,000. So you can imagine how much a motorcycle from a movie set is going to cost you. And the fact that he somehow had all this money, but he wasn't pulling in multi-million dollars every single year. It doesn't add up unless he was doing something else behind the scenes, whether that's moving drugs or not. And we know in the States that there's been the FBI, there's been the CIA that have ran drugs. I wouldn't be surprised that the RCMP were doing the exact same thing up here, which would make sense how he had such access to what seems to be modern RCMP vehicles if he was doing favors for them.
Okay, so I was going to
Well, and like I said earlier, I don't know if people heard me say that, but if you were to spend... Sorry?
No, continue. Sorry. There's a lag.
Somebody else? Oh, no, not at all. If you were to investigate the RCMP outfit in Liverpool, Nova Scotia, this tiny little blip on the map, you would find so much corruption. And it's funny because one of my favorite books is called This Present Darkness by Frank Peretti, and this is what it reminds me of. This tiny little town, they have so much corruption.
Right. Exactly. You see, they just float anything and everything and just hope that person will take that one and that person will take that one and that person will take that one, but they don't make any sense if you put it all together. No. Let's see. He's escaping at 10:35. He's escaping at 10:48. He's escaping sometime, maybe before 6:30. But there's shooting going on in between. Huh? So if he's not there, how is there shooting happening? You know what I'm saying? It's just whatever. Does that one work for somebody? Oh, okay. And then people are going to fight amongst themselves and not understand. And that's what they love. They love this shit. It's so fucking old. They're so lame. These people piss me off.
Sorry, Hitters said something's a stretch, and I was just wondering what that was.
He may have been referring to me. May have been referring to my theory on it.
What was your theory? I didn't hear you. I'm sorry.
Probably just that he was. I think he may be referencing to how I was saying he may have been running drugs for the RCMP.
I agree with that. No, I think so. I definitely think so. Because why else? How do you have an RCMP vehicle that's being used as your wife's daily commuter car? Yeah, this article, this person who I've never met before was very helpful at finding this article and sharing it with me, and she had some interesting theories, I thought.
Sometimes those that pop out of the woodwork. Burr, burr, burr.
But this was quite interesting because it's a legitimate article, but somebody went ahead and kind of doctored it and did some stuff to it. Do you want to talk about that, Seamus?
Well, I don't know 100% that the article has been doctored. It appears.
No, I mean like he's written like bubble letters and stuff like that, like just where he's made not that he's doctored it. Sorry, I'm using the wrong word, but where he's added little like captions to it and stuff like that.
Yeah, I can't tell if it is or not. This is from Frank Magazine, and there is a link to it on their Frank Atlantic Magazine on their Twitter account. There is a link to this. It's behind a paywall, I believe, so you have to be a subscriber to it.
Okay.
And the first page is rather difficult to read. That's coming from this rather sketchy individual on Facebook. What was their name? Something Light? I forget.
Oh, hold on. I wrote it down.
I think I had it open on Facebook, but I have so many freaking windows.
Rob Light.
Sorry?
Rob Light.
All right.
Rob
Light.
No, I could be wrong about that. And you know what? I wrote a whole whack of like losing my shit kind of messages on the police thing, but then I erased them all, and so now I can't go back and find those videos or messages anymore.
Oh no, my Facebook page might come up. Uh-oh. You can bomb my Facebook page, it's fine, I don't care. Awoken Goy, you can come and get me. Follow me on Awoken Goy. Anyway, so his name was, Light? Oy vey!
Light.
What was the first name?
Rob, she said.
Right, okay.
And it was on the RCMP.
Now, this person's profile is relatively new, comes up first when you do a search on it, and they don't have very many posts, I don't believe. What kind of profile has a stock image as a... You see that? It's a stock image that they used. Let's see again. Do a search on it. See the watermarks on it? Yeah. And they don't have very
Okay.
many posts, I don't believe, when I was looking. But they keep posting all this weird stuff to do with ask your crystal ball. Huh. The shooting, the dentist took back all those miles that he gave everyone.
Right. Weird stuff. That's right.
Move to
Try not to
Shuby,
murder
February
anyone today.
25th.
Wow.
Let's see. Now, where was it? Stop posting about yesterday. Oh, the ripples. There's ripples. Glows. Glows. It here. Now here's some interesting photos he's got on there of the fire, which we kind of got into before a little bit. And Steve provided that video for everybody. I don't think I said credit quite quick enough, which was really good.
That's okay. Thank you, Steve. That was like an amazing video that we watched it several times. Thank you so much for sharing that.
And it's unlisted, which is rather odd. Like they want that video not to be quite deleted, but not seen necessarily. Hey, Serene. Anyways, so this post was from Frank Magazine. How does a Woken Goy get his own Twitter account? I never had one. Okay. Anyways, I never set up a Twitter account for him. Anyway, that I'm sure that'll get banned. Now, down further on in there, where is it here? Two weeks ago, phones in the province were blowing up. I noticed he had the I don't know if that's what I'm looking for, but he had the 54 story. The province were blowing up. I'm not trying to be total tinfoil. It's just noticing things. It was like 8 hours in or something. Many questions yet to be answered. Oh shit, I missed it. I think it's back further. Down further on in there. Miss it. Right here. Oh, he's got something marked. Unpleasant interaction with some Halifax Regional Police. No, RCMP in Halifax, who seem to be mixed into the stew today, at least down at Big Stop. Oh, yes, I forgot. Right. Wasn't the Big Stop, the HRP hanging out at the Big Stop? The ERT team just happened to be there for quite a while. Hughley and McLeod decide to go down to get gas, but never get gas, to meet up with the Ert there to leave. Then the Shuby call, or sorry, the Sobies calls, and then it suddenly turns into all the Sobies basically because the Sobies churro, and they're like, no, it's nothing down here. We're not staging over in Elmsdale. No. Right. Where is it here? Two weeks ago, phones in the province were blowing up. Where is it here? Where is it here? 2 weeks ago, phones in the province were blowing up. I saw Tim had many questions yet to be answered. Bit of a burner article out, eh? God, you guys are the stuff is fighting in the background all the time over there. Oh. What was it? What was that? Right. What was that? Is this it? Interesting. Okay. Moving along. Right. Is this it? No. Billy Joyce. I've heard of that fellow before.
Yeah, I know that name. Oh, yes, of course.
Okay, here we go. Denturist Clinic. Gabe Wortman, a well-known Dartmouth denturist. So he also has an office in Halifax, too. He owns Atlantic Denture Clinic. Frank did a story on him a couple of months ago that suggests he has a rather antagonist attitude towards the police. Now, if you click on the link, I'm presuming we lost 10 or so, or at least that's what they say. I'm assuming that a bunch of you in here are from Nova Scotia. Well, I know actually certain ones are. Okay, is that normal? Help me, because I'm obviously never been there. I have no idea. Is this normal to write an article on him, or like on people down there, just randos having spats about parking? Is that normal on Frank Magazine? I subscribe to Frank. Frank just suddenly goes poof. Stop making noise. Fucking people and their alarms and shit. I'm gonna have to move back to the country. This is just ridiculous. Okay, nobody's gonna answer. And or what is your opinion of Frank just suddenly going poof? The transition of certain individuals, journey they've traveled. Anyway, we'll keep it on the video. The police. Now, if you click on the link for the article, where is it here? Where's the link for the article? I'm a very bad driver.
You're better than me. I couldn't even get as far as you are.
Anyways, whatever. I have the picture open, so it doesn't matter. Let's move ahead. It didn't work when I clicked on it. It seems to be behind a paywall. Now the picture that they provided in there, which funnily enough, the tweet wasn't there anymore. Maybe it's back further. Is rather hard to read. I don't know if anybody wants to hear me try and grapple with this. Was the H... Okay, so it's normal. It's normal. Is it just a coincidence or a miraculous coincidence that we have Dorrington, the photos that kind of threw doubt in plausible deniability goo on the same day as the article? Is that just, that's not coincidence. I can't see it with said individuals, i.e. investigator, HRP, Big Stop, gathering all the Big Stop tapes, Dwayne Stanley. Stinks. Something stinks there. HRP SWAT team speeding through the streets of Dartmouth to take a bite out of crime, or were Halifax Regional Police racing against time on a dramatic rescue mission to save one of their own? Now, granted, this article is written a while back, right? So we're talking about March 30th, I believe this is written.
31st, I thought, wasn't it?
Okay, so yeah, something. It's in the next photo. And what dastardly, vile villain had chained the two HRP officers inside what was presumably their own unmarked police car in the first place in broad daylight? And why? Wednesday morning, February 12th, started off like any other morning on the north. Do we even know who actually wrote that article? Barney Fife is obviously just a bunch of good, it's a pseudonym, pen name. Some interesting things, I think, from Barney Fife and Frank. Who wrote this article? Did they ever say who wrote this article? Did Andrew Douglas actually say he wrote it? He went down there. He took because the photos were submitted to him, right? I'm just throwing out some questions as we go along. North Atlantic, 183 Portland Street, Dartmouth, for popular denturist Gabe Wortman, 50-ish, and for decades the owner-operator of Atlantic Denture Clinic. Gabe was feeling good, not bothered by the usual age-driven downturn in his eyesight and stiff as a fiddle. He had a few appointments on this morning, but not a heavy something. The temperature was getting up to 0 degrees. The sun was shining. The birds, I'm not sure if the birds were singing, but why not? If they should go hide in a log. It's about the right temperature, right? 0. In this case, in between bookings, something that snowblower once again and give the property another Here's another thing. If you have violence against other people and stuff like that, where the fuck are the police that had to deal with this one? Why haven't they brought them in? If he was, spazzing and losing his shit and stuff like that, where are they? You'd think that they would float those witnesses pretty fast. Maybe Dwayne doesn't want to come. Maybe Longprey doesn't want to come. Maybe they don't want it known that the HRP and RCMP were together that day. Touch-up. More snow was in the forecast, and after all, that's a pretty big lot. Gabe's got there. You've got that long driveway coming up the side of the building. It's a big old house, goes way up the back of Portland Street with his denturist shop stuck out front, pressing up against the sidewalk. You might know the place or certainly remember it. It's the building with the colossal set of dentures bolted on this outside corner of the joint. Something doesn't see that very often. Then there's the driveway, and there's the Atlantic Clinic parking lot. You can probably see 10 cars in there. It's not as expansive as the Tim Hortons parking lot just 3 doors up Portland on the same side, but it's paved, clean, and wonderfully convenient for customers. It's fenced off nicely just off of St. James United Church Mall, and it's clearly marked by a sign, Atlantic Denture Clinic customer parking only. It's a splendid wooden sign, in fact, pink, black, white, and vintage Western or old story type face. Not as something striking as the colossal set of dentures hanging off the side of the building, of course, but still a large sign, pretty sign, and very, very readable sign. So it's getting on at 11:30, and Gabe and his trusty snowblower are high atop the dead end driveway. He has his parking lot clear. That always has to be done first for obvious reasons. He can't see into the parking lot due to the elevation, but he does hear 2 car doors slam tightly simultaneously. As he comes down the driveway, he spies a silver Chevy 4-door sedan parked in his parking lot. He doesn't think much of it at first. Might be a church lady going over to St. James, something he doesn't mind, or somebody coming into his clinic to make an appointment. Gabe goes into the clinic and back to work. He finds out that the Chevy sedan doesn't belong to the church lady, a customer, or his staff. And there's something about the way the car is parked. Well, it's not so much parked as it looks like someone just put it there in a hurry, smack in the middle of the parking lot, just behind the shrubbery, enough that, say, a man with a snowblower atop the driveway couldn't see it. All very strange. Gabe says, the hell with this, goes back outside, pulling the chain across the entrance of his parking lot and locking it. There'll be no coming, no going now. Time ticks by slowly, 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes, 40 minutes. Okay, so now we'll go on to the next page, which is where did I have that? Well, that's what I was asking, Nikki. I'm wondering, did we ever determine who wrote this article? Who wrote it? Why have they not been asked to come forward? equally, why is the police that were there, Dwayne Stanley, Longpre, not being asked to come in to the MCC? This is all very beneficial to their narrative, is it not? He's an angry, got totally out of control temper. Well, then it's very bad with police. Where are the police that had to deal with this one? Get them to swear an affidavit to it. Where are they? Where were they?
This page. Oops. Sorry. Page. Got this mislabeled here. Apologies for my bad reading. Okay, it's now 12:30 p.m. An hour has passed. There's a man, a woman, casually dressed, coming down the sidewalk. Maybe something early middle ago. She's doe-eyed and cheery, something like that. He's square-jawed, distinguished by gray around the temples. They could be a man and a wife, a boyfriend and girlfriend, as far as Gabe knows. The man is carrying a large Tim Hortons cup from 3 doors up. They are a bit put off that Gabe has something them in the parking lot. The man asks, "Why don't you stop us when we drove in?" Oh, chained up in the parking lot. We thought you were closed. You must have seen us drive in. Gabe tells the pair he didn't see them on his private property. The man is not impressed. He swings his coat open, something for Gabe to see, serving up something for Gabe to see. It's an HRP badge on his
Excuse me a minute.
belt.
I'll be right
So I
back.
guess it's the Halifax Regional Police. The man is a plainclothes detective constable, Dwayne Stanley, and the lady in question is plainclothes constable Tracy Longpre, both HRP. He's a homicide detective. She's commercial crime, or so Gabe is told. Not that he cares.
So whoever did this did their homework, but clearly didn't know that Tracy Longpre is RCMP, and both of them are plainclothes. Huh? Is that like a Brown Melanson type thing? Stinks. Stinks. Who wrote the article? Who wrote it? Why hasn't Frank been subpoenaed to say who wrote it and bring forward the author?
He's got a client inside and just wants to get this episode over with. So
maybe court
Gabe
cases
says,
pending.
"Give me $20 and I'll unlock the
Or
chain."
those to come.
Homicide
No.
Detective Stanley says, "No way, I'm not paying that. You, quote, you can keep us here." Quote, "Sure can," says Gabe. Quote, "You're on my property." Constable Longpre says very little. Detective Stanley tells Gabe that he's phoning the station for a set of bolt cutters. It's getting chilly. Quote, "I'm done talking with you," snaps Gabe. If you want to have your charged with destruction of private property, I can do that. Gabe goes back to work. He looks over his shoulder. He sees Detective Stanley and Constable Longpre standing outside the car. Detective Stanley is on his cell phone. Gabe takes a second look from inside the clinic and sees them both sitting in the front seat of the car. Eventually, 2 marked HRP sports utility vehicles pull up. So now there's 5 HRP officers. This is getting expensive. This is a high burn rate for Halifax taxpayers. It's Constable C. Craig, Conrad, and J. Walsh, Constable J. Walsh. They are joined no less by Staff Sergeant Tanya Chambers Spriggs. Conrad and Walsh are about $100,000 each. Spriggs at $120,000 each. Stanley at about $115,000, and Longpre is cracking $100,000 barrier. Okay, so then that means Longpre is on the sunshine list. She's RCMP though. She was. So why is she out of? I'm pretty sure she's still RCMP. Let me check this. I mean, you pull all of this data, but you don't pull that she's actually not with HRP. It certainly got the crazy man out in the narrative early. Okay. Looks like she's still in, out of BC originally. Yeah, plain clothes. I guess that's what they're making. Either Conrad or Walsh, whichever one is. The bald guy has a menacing look on his face and is carrying a large set of bolt cutters, as ordered by Detective Dwayne Stanley, who, by the way, is also a former HRP Investigation Division Ribfest champion. Well, Stanley and Longpre remain locked in the parking lot in their car. Conrad, Walsh, and Chambers Spriggs go inside the clinic to talk to Gabe. He gives them shit for not wiping their feet and keeping the door open. Gabe does not want to heat all of Portland Street, for Pete's sake. He also realizes that this friendly visit is beginning to attract some attention. There are heads poking out from behind curtains, rubbernecking motorists are going at a snail's pace. Folks are refusing to get on their Metro Transit bus. His elderly customer in the chair doesn't know what to think. Oh my word. Having a gaggle of police to come to your workplace when you have been robbed is a good thing. Not so good when 5 show up uninvited at your business with bolt cutters. Never a good thing. One of the constables, Gabe thinks, the bald guy. The other guy sees some humor in all of this and looks like he really doesn't want to be there. Threatens the business owner with obstruction of justice or some damn thing. Gabe is getting more and more pissed off. Finally, leave it to a level-headed woman to calm everybody down and diffuse the situation. Tanya Chambers Spriggs. Ooh. Gabe is getting more and more pissed off. Leave it to a woman to calm things off. Okay. Interesting. Staff Sergeant since 2014 apologizes for the errant parking on behalf of Detective Dwayne Stanley and Constable Longpre. She assures Gabe that it will never happen again. Now please unlock the chains and set my my 2 officers free. Grudgingly, Gabe agrees, but he tells set my heart free? Chains. This is a fucked up article. Who's Barney Fife? Who's behind the Barney Fife? I'm gonna get subpoenaed in court. Uncle Frank, he never did get a satisfactory explanation as to why Detective Stanley and Constable Longpre parked in the lot and not the spacious Tim Hortons lot 3 doors up the road. Of course, it's not out of the question to ponder that the pair were on something highly sensitive which required added cover. At any rate, the denturist Gabe Wortman is left with a lot to chew on. He says the episode hasn't shaken his belief in the police services, not terribly, although he did find the experience smacked of arrogance and entitlement. To make matters worse, he got a speeding ticket driving to his cottage that same night, but that was issued by the RCMP.
I think I missed the fact that the ticket was also in the article. I don't remember that. Maybe call me forgetful. I see too many things, but that's right. That seems normal.
That same night, but that was issued of arrogance and entitlement. To make matters worse, he got a speeding ticket driving to his cottage that same night, but that was issued by the RCMP. Next stop press. Minutes before the deadline, my organ received the following communique from HRP spokesthingy Constable John McLeod. Quote, in relation to our conversation from earlier today, we can confirm that the investigators parked on the private lot while they were in the area canvassing local businesses for evidence in an ongoing investigation. Target probe, why not roll up the rim at the end of this year? Anyway, there.
Dwayne then goes to get
7,000 hours to read that article. But
what the
at least I'll never
man?
have to read it again because now my eyes are going.
Big stop, speeding tickets.
So he's
videos,
clearly had
It's like-
negative interaction with the police
Women,
before, and both the
anger,
Or
arson.
he wants to
dangerous.
make, or they're
Reading that article, a fella got to wonder for those cops, Gabe wasn't more than a passing acquaintance. Yeah, no. It was just to me. It always just, and a lot of people, it's like it smacks of something was getting blown or something. Peon like me would do the same thing. Wouldn't have went on a ride downtown. Would have went on a ride downtown. Yeah. Well, he had friends, right? Friends over in friends in all the police departments because he's a cop hater. Don't you know it?
trying to make it look like it, because really, why did they park there? Why didn't they park at Tim Hortons?
I don't know.
Like,
I don't
really, there must have been a reason. Were they antagonizing him? You know, is he into, I mean, the guy's a denturist, so you know he's got access to good drugs. And he's obviously got some ins with the police. And I get it. At this point, I'm not making any sense, you guys. I apologize.
No, continue.
At this point, I'm not making any sense, you guys. I got some ins with the police and good drugs. And he's obviously got some ins with the police. And I get it. At this point, I'm not making any sense, you guys. I apologize.
No, continue.
No, I just, I don't know. It just seems, I don't know. It's not authentic. It's not organic. This is a planned thing. I feel like he works for the police or he's protected by the police. You know, it's indicated that he's a philanthropist, and just in my limited experience with that particular word, it usually means pedophile or some kind of like in the know for doing shit you shouldn't be doing, you know. It never really is just about helping people. It's usually to hide something else.
Have you heard anything, Adrian, about the type of weapons that were used at all?
No, I've been trying to find those, but I haven't heard anything so far. I have no idea whether he gunned them down, whether he ran them down with a car or what, as of now.
Well, he ran the one girl down. She was and we've got, I went through that the other day, the bodies, the 23rd, they're still waiting on 5 DNA, yet they've told everybody that they're dead. So on the very least, if you don't go any further than that, something's very awry. Because that means either families are going to the media and saying, well, my loved one, the RCMP told me that, we don't know. And then saying to the media, yeah, they're dead. Or because they can't confirm it. So what's up with that? On the 23rd, to the top of the food chain, down to Ottawa. How do you not know 5 of them? How do you not know? And it gets into all the weird stuff about how many died by fire. Then you got in the press conference, 9 by fire. No, that's not what their narrative says. And the rest, I like that word too, the rest by bullet. What are you, bad with math? This thing really stinks, man. Really stinks. Meetings in the barn for the informal debriefings over beers. RCMP. Susie Dugan or Susie Bootlin. Wiley being like absolutely walled off. Like, when in the history of the world, I can't find anything like that. That's just insanity. Unless the police officer is something super undercover, you don't do that. And this kind of thing, you make them. Who cares? Compel them. Who's on the side of the road? There was a picture of her. I saw that somewhere. I've gone through lots of articles, but they didn't have to wait for Butcher because he was there. Pretty sure Mike Butcher was there with Lee at the time. Robin doesn't come in till a little bit later. That was another interesting piece. Yeah, I'll spoil it. It'll come out. The fact that video, I think that video says a lot.
You mean the one of that we were sent? The one of the burning car in that?
Yes.
Yeah.
That Steve happened to come across.
Mm-hmm. No,
Now,
I think you're.
Sorry?
Oh, I was going to say, yeah, no. Watching, especially that one of the car burning, that what the people were saying about the cops doing in there was quite interesting. Like that kind of reference they made about how it seemed like the cops were the one who shot another cop.
Yeah. Yes. That quotation. He says it in there. He says, what does he say? Let's see. I don't think it comes through on this player. Is it coming through?
Give it a shot. I'll let you know. I can hear something.
This is so fun.
Yep, I can hear it.
Dragging them out. Look, they're dragging somebody. Oh my god.
They're dragging somebody out.
Oh god. Oh my god.
They shot the cop right in front of us. That's what he just said.
Oh god.
See, right here. He just shot a real cop in front of us. So somebody got shot there, and there's there's at least four. Who did the video? There's another one. Do we know who did the video? I think we were able to figure it out back then. Still boy, which is not narrowing it down, so I'm not outing anybody. But why haven't they been? Where's their statement? I don't believe I've come across. Has anybody come across who filmed the video? Pretty sure that was what we came up with, was Syllaboy. Anybody know anything about that? Why hasn't the MCC done a statement with them? RCMP done a statement with them? MCC called them in. SWAT officers here. The one car seems boxed in by a police car, which would be, I'm thinking he got the pit maneuver.
Yep.
This is Gabe's car that's on fire, which was not a cop car. The cop car is the pit car, and yet Gabe's car is fully engulfed on fire. The cop car is not on fire.
I think it eventually does, because there's a couple pictures that get released later on that seems like there are two cars that got engulfed in flames. Yep. But it's even their wording. It's the fact, well, first of all, if there was still an active shooter on the scene, I don't know why the cops would be, they'd be behind cover, their guns would be at the ready, but none of that was going on. And I think that guy, he didn't say he shot a cop. He use the words they shot a cop?
Let's see what he said.
I could be misremembering.
Well, that'll come maybe. Oh, it's before that. If Tara can get in here, I think she'll sue the fucking pants off them and go all the way. They just killed a real cop right in front of us?
Yeah.
So he was wearing his cop uniform, right?
Yeah. But here's the other thing.
Corruption.
If this is who Wortman or whatever the guy's name was, if this was the shooter,
and the talk about the investigation, I don't know if he's being just about the investigation, Rob Doyle and cronies, or more.
Then they manipulated the rest of the events, because I ended up quickly taking a look online. That is who Wortman or whatever the guy's name was. If this was the shooter, then they manipulated the rest of the events, because I ended up quickly taking a look online. And this whole thing, remember earlier we were talking about, what was it called? Subanakadi?
Yes.
That was the area where this ended up getting took place, where he ended up getting into that the shootout with the cops. It was right here where we're seeing this video of the car on fire, but it was a little farther down at Enfield, where they said that they killed him in front of the gas station. So if this is what they're suggesting, if they're suggesting that the shooter was gunned down here, and because he looked like a cop, they mistook him for a cop, then who the hell got gunned down at the Enfield gas station?
Oh, I just went like super. What about D49? Why doesn't D49 come in? For those of you who don't know, D49, major piece of evidence that there's a lot of anybody. I think you can look it up maybe and get some. Let's just see if D49 will get a hit on it. No. Okay, well, you can find it by doing things like, it'll open up a whole can, though, if you're interested one day in doing it and you have nothing to do. I've mentioned it a few times.
And I have never gone into it too much, other than just to say that it's a fucking total disaster zone. D49 is the bullet fragments in Wortman's forehead / inside his brain. They don't really know. They can't figure it out. And happened at Shoop. I almost did the poor pronunciation there. And this affidavit by Roy and Bose, a lot of it's all to do with D49. See? D49. Big piece of evidence. Because did D49 in fact kill him? And, you know, it's not, D49 is not from either of McLeod or Hubely's guns. And if it's in his brain, I have a difficult time believing that he's driving around with a fucking bullet in his brain, a shattered bullet. D49 is really, really interesting to dig into. Bose is all about, a lot of that's to do with D49. See? If I had it, only if there were thousands of hours in the day. D49. He shot himself. But that's not what they don't say, whether he does or he doesn't. Right? The only person that's floated that one, I believe, if I'm recalling correctly, was McLeod said that he made a motion that he was going to. But then if you see the video, he's not doing that. Right? The gun isn't recovered. They say it's in between the seat, but whatever. It's not recovered from. That seems like an irregular place for it to fall too. Like gravity, it's going to hit your leg and bounce onto the floor. It didn't do that. It went into the right in between the console. Wortman was just before RCMP unloaded on him. Nah. Well, I think most people can concur that Big Stop by this point in time is disastrous. And they fucked with that one so much. Missing seconds, motion cameras that aren't activating when motion's in front of it, no witnesses, Trio, my apologies. Good morning. Bent Bose. You can see it in the video. Bose said, right. And Bose has no issues. And all those articles went poof. Is there any video that shows different view? Yes. I believe, yes, there is. The whole thing. And then you've got the car sitting over across the highway waiting for Hubely after. See, it's just, there's so much data to go through, and I show things and then they're not. People don't have enough hours in the day.
You have to look really close. Where is it here? Okay, there comes the car, right? Of course, the time's out on the RCMP scales. Yeah, that makes total sense. Always did. Bullshit. Okay, then you're going to see the car turns. It's at the intersection. You can see the top of its roof here, right? Okay, it will watch the clock too. 27, 11, 31, 30, 33, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 42. Okay, it's going to clip here. 44, 46. There we go. Boom. 11:31, 10:31, 47, whatever bullshit that they're trying to feed people, to 10:32, 22. Now, you have to watch the video. You have to probably have the video, but watch the top left-hand corner over here. What they're clipping, in my opinion, from this video is the car turning left so that you can follow it and it would go over to the big stop, right? Okay, watch here above this exit ramp when the clip happens. It'll go, so the car's right here, if you can see my arrow, right? Okay. What's that? Just suddenly appears sitting there and it waits. Okay. There's Hughley, McLeod, right? Who've already been down. This is Big Stop 2.0. Already went for gas, didn't get gas in Elmsdale. Met up with HRP that's just hanging around down at the Big Stop. That, of course, makes a lot of sense, right? They all know who they're. Okay, now watch. See, that's what you should see. This. Hughley turning left and going across the bridge and going down. Okay, that's what you should have seen with the Gina's car. The red Mazda that becomes a gray Mazda, however the fuck that happened. Still in their official time press conference, I believe. Okay, so there it is driving across. Okay. Watch the top left. See, there it is. It's going across. Okay. Now, watch the other car. Oh, what's it doing? Now it's just following Hughley. And meanwhile, there's a evidence bus just sitting here. I think it's an evidence bus. Might be heard. I'm not exactly sure. And there were other ones hanging around too. There's a bunch of clips in here that are interesting. There's a few of them. Lawless. Is it Lawless? Who's in the Strathroy shit? How does Frank Magazine go poof? I subscribe to Frank, or did because of this, right? I don't even know. I don't think I've even got an email telling me shit. Now, that's the problem. If the business was going bankrupt, to me, any business that I've ever seen that's in this day and age especially, they will raise your rates on your subscription and say, listen, They do it all the time on anything, right? They say things are more expensive now. Sorry, it's going to cost more money. And then that. How about a funding campaign from subscribers? How about a funding campaign from the public? No, 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 all around. Just all of a sudden, just suddenly goes away. And factor in this one. This one is the clincher. I don't know if their website is even up. I haven't checked in a couple of days. Yep, it's still up. Okay. Why do you delete the free Facebook, the free Twitter? Doesn't cost anything. You can leave it. Lots of people do. Businesses that are archived, archive their business, especially if it's journalism. Leave those kinds of things. Why not switch to an online format, which they already have? Just stop publishing paper papers, right? That's all you have to do. Stop publishing paper papers. You don't got to pay for all the ink and all that shit. You just do the online stuff, which is relatively free. At least the publishing part of it is free. I mean, you have to pay for the hosting or whatever. I'm sure that they make enough money. All of a sudden, this person who owns it out of Cape Breton pulls all the money out of it. And if it's been doing it for some time, he's been doing that for some time, then you would know about it for some time. So why is there not a funding campaign going on or something like that? That doesn't happen. No, just all of a sudden you delete your free Twitter, you delete your free Facebook. There you go. And then you say, oh, we're out of business. And you haven't even contacted your subscribers to say, hey, things are more expensive. We've known about this for a while. Can you pay more money? No, that's not like any business I've ever seen. If you can tell me that, yeah, all of a sudden it just, like that. And let's delete all of our free stuff. Why would you delete your Twitter? What fucking difference does it make? Your free Facebook. Same as way back when, and I talked about that the other day with the Frank stuff, and people remember it. And I think we actually got the date that time because I was trying to remember. There was a date. I think it was January 20. Was it January 2021? January 2021. January 20. Sorry, it's escaping me. All of Paul's articles got pulled from Frank's online site. Just gone all of a sudden. And I think they were gone for a day, maybe. I remember a lot of discussion in the Discord about it at the time. And I asked people, do you have hard copies of this stuff? Because it appears to be gone, blah, blah, blah. And then suddenly they're back up again. Just the Paul articles. Why? Why would you need to pull the Paul articles? I don't know if that's if it's the same kind of thing. I'm not throwing around accusations. That's not what I do. And I just leave questions on the table. My opinions are my opinions. I just leave questions. Why? And I keep them mostly to myself, unless I feel pretty sure about them, because I don't like to be slanderous or liable, neither of which would be true, but in this case, like, it's not provable because it's not. But that's just the way I am. I like to leave people thinking for themselves. Jordan pulled all of Paul's videos. Month and a half ago. I think the original reason stated was there was some inaccuracies in the videos, so they weren't appropriate or something to that effect. I mean, everybody knows about them going up and down and chat being removed and things getting clipped and stuff like that. I think everybody's and fair enough. He says that that's because he wants to do that for his podcast. So okay, but why do you take down all his videos? Then it became, I believe, because I think the quote's still out there somewhere, that it wasn't factual issues. In fact, it was, which I'm not saying anything that wasn't said. Then it was because it was for the podcast or something like that. Okay. I don't know. I'm not a podcast person, so I don't know. Well, he did. It was, I think it was like a month and a half ago. I'd have to dig around and find out the date. I'm not saying anything because that's not my way. He left one video up, I believe. Well, sorry, maybe 2 or 3. That should be accurate. He left the CSI shenanigans. This one he left up, and the CSI, and the book release. Videos come up and go down all the time over there. Frankly, it makes me kind of tired. I don't know. Oh, seems to be a few more in there now. Interesting. 7 months, 6 months, but there should be quite a few. Eight months. Oh, there's one a year ago. Again, I'm just saying, right? Just saying. Oh, there's a few in here that are. No. I don't think I've missed any, but maybe. And then the original ones are, I don't know if those are gone. Those were kind of spinning around the same time as there's none of those. I don't know if he's got the playlist still. They might just be delisted. I don't know. He's only got 17 on there though. So it looks like there's probably some in here that are unlisted.
Here it is.
That one's up. Oh, this has got chat. That's fucking irregular. Oh, right. This was the CSI. Oops.
Here it is. Canada Day.
Oh, it's actually 10.
Here it is.
7 unavailable
Canada
videos.
Day.
But I mean, obviously,
2022.
there's been a fuckload more than
2022.
17
Everybody has
videos.
to go party around work, and here we are.
Not sure. I'm not sure. I'm not.
I'm very excited about.
Just something, an observation. He said, as I recall, he said that it was. Somebody said that it was because of some factual inaccuracies or something. And then I think it became, and I'm just going by memory. So then it was because of the podcast or the, what do you call it? The pay thing or whatever. I don't know what you do. I don't know those things. What do you call it? The Patreons or something. Patreons. Coincidence? Is selling them on the Patreon. Okay. Yeah, well, Global pays all of his stuff, right? Jordan's Global, so I think he's paid, at least his hosting stuff and all that is covered, I believe. So you'd think that he's okay. I don't know. I'm not saying he's not okay. I don't understand. That's not my affair. Just, it was very interesting, and it's not the there's always a lot going on over there with the channel. I don't spend a lot of time on it because it's not, but I know a couple of people who have shared that with me for sure. Anyway, moving along, because that's not why we're here. We still got a little bit left to go. About half an hour, it looks like 45 minutes. Coincidence time? I don't know. It just seems, all seems very strange. I've never seen anything like this before. Frankly, I've never seen anything like anything going on down there. Is putting them down a memory hole? Well, no, I think if you put them on Patreon, you're just generating funds, no? I mean, you could put some up and not put some up. Who knows? I don't know. You can tinker with them. You can tinker with them on YouTube. They've been tinkered with. They get tinkered with anyways, always, or almost always. Like, there, I mean.
I wanted to
Oh,
make
wait.
a short.
Oh. Okay, so, sorry, I'm just looking for a Paul video.
Everybody.
Okay, man. Okay, that's just an interview. Okay, no Paul. No Paul. No Paul. No Paul. Book launch.
Everybody, I'm going to take you along to a Paul Palango book release party, book signing sort of thing.
Lols.
Canada Day.
Oh no, my feelings are hurt. Okay. So we have book launch, and we have this one, the Rob story, the chat. Did they? Okay. And the private watch part, or the watch party or something. I thought he had a few. He had a few of them, I guess, and then he quit. Anyway. I'm not wading into the political stuff because it's just a swamp of goop. Oh yeah. Well, who was it? Jessica, my friend Jessica, right? I used to talk about her a lot. I bet you all those things disappeared. I bet you they deleted all of that out of my videos. Anyway, I should stop going off on tangents. Just some interesting observations. The Frank stuff. As I recall, that's kind of it. Like the Frank articles going down for Paul, and then going back up. I think it was about a year and change ago. Don't remember the date. Maybe somebody in here does. Then that they came back up a while later. Then it was the videos on Jordan's going up and down and getting tinkered with, which whatever. I'm not saying anything about that. And then they were gone. And then Frank's gone. I don't know. Seems like a lot of complicated stuff. Really. To me. Oh, and then there was the book pulling too, right? Or something about that. First issue versus the second one or something. I don't know. It's not to say that I'm not aware of it. It's not something I've spent a great deal of time on. I have spent some time on it in the past, and I noticed that it was just all very interesting would be the word I'd choose. But the latest one I don't quite follow, because it's the bankruptcy of Frank doesn't really add up. I'm not saying that, Nova Scotia citizen. I have no idea. It's just whatever. I wouldn't do that. That's not appropriate for me, or people's own opinions. They can come to them on their own just by watching things, and coming to their own conclusions. They'll be like, oh, hey, that guy's meaning me. You're a fucking idiot. You don't know what you're talking about. Fair enough. It's no skin off my back. That's knowledge comes from all places on many different kinds of levels. It can be good knowledge, it can be poor knowledge, it can be bad knowledge, it can be disinformation, it can be wrong information, mistaken information, it can be truthful information, partially truthful information. I mean, you got all kinds of stuff. You just got to attempt to weed through it a little bit. And why people's motives are, frankly, who knows? Who knows what people's things are? I have a hard enough time trying to just figure out day to day. Yeah. Anyway, I'd be interested to know, and I've gone off because this is. I want to keep Tara. So Tara's been making lots of good calls in here. We've got Adrian and I are making a few good ones in there too. This is very interesting how this is all panning out. Tara's a lot more forward than me too. She will just say, it's not. I hold back a lot, because I'm just like, well, maybe that's just the way you gotta let people do their thing, come to their place. Because I've often found, I don't know if that's right or wrong, and I know I've shared that multitude of times ad nauseum, but I learn best for myself personally. That's the only person you can ever speak for, really. I learn best when I fall on my face. If somebody tells me, that's going to happen, I'll file it away, sure, and it will, depending on who it is and whatever, the weight that it carries, it will definitely factor in. But if it's definitely somebody I care about, trust, it will factor in. But I'm going to be more likely to learn it if I fall on my face. I'm just very slow coming about things publicly on stuff, because I figure you got to be real careful and just let people do their own thing. If people tell me, I'm not gonna. You're gonna learn best from your own stuff. I hear little things here and there, but this is what I came across, and this is why I feel confident in what I believe. Right? I don't know if that's right. Is that ludicrous thinking? People have a need to be included. They don't care what it is. I'm not sure what that is in reference to. Good morning, afternoon, Linda. Global news. What about global news? Jordan has affiliations with global. I'm not saying anything. Just saying fact, right? Like, I'm not saying anything that's not my way. I'm not saying anything deprecating upon Paul. I try to refrain from anything and I'm meaning that in a general way, not directed towards Paul. I try to refrain from being deprecating to people. That's me. So I'm not saying that in a deprecating fashion at all. Just saying that there is an association between, and I don't think that's a secret. I think you can put in. There. It's not a secret. So I'm not saying that in a to reflect in any negative way. It's just he has affiliations with gold. So I'm not sure, but it's another stream of revenue, I suppose. I don't know. I'm not into the revenue thing, so I don't know that stuff. Kind of neat. You get your own stuff on global. 2019. Maybe this is no longer in effect, but I don't think that's the case. I think it's still. I think Curious and all like it's. I don't know the business arrangement that they've got. That's not my thing. Chorus was global. Global is Shaw, I believe now. But let me double check. Oh, owned. Did they sell it? Yeah, of course. Oh, so okay. Sorry, I've got that in the reverse order. My apologies. That it went in the reverse order. Is that right? Yeah. Chorus, which after. Okay. The original roots of Israel Asper. Very interesting stuff. Anyway, things for another day. Okay. Chorus and global Xiaomi things side up with the same. Don't know. Got Mercedes over there. Mercedes is a character. Okay. Moving along. For tinfoil, did they just shoot their own cop?
Well, that's what I'm wondering. It's because
The
that's what it
female
sounds
cop?
like. That's exactly what it sounds like in that situation. It sounds like they're referring to the tactical officers that were there, and it sounds like they're saying they just shot another cop. And I don't know, but I think this was also the situation where that female cop got killed. I think.
Okay, well, sorry, I'm just responding to a comment. Strange to cultivate those relationships in this day and age when he's not demonetized or anything on YouTube, to my knowledge. Oh, well, I would say that's is that why he's not demonetized, right? I don't know. I don't think he says anything that would get him demonetized. I don't think. He's, I haven't seen anything out of his shows that seems to be something YouTube would be sensitive to. But I mean, especially if you, and again, I'm not saying that, I don't understand the relationship that they have, but I would think that if Global does have some, depending on the level, I would think that they would probably be able to influence whether, the channel would be demonetized or not. As in, if YouTube wanted to demonetize it, but it was underneath of a MSM network, it probably wouldn't be. But I don't think Jordan's ever said anything that makes him demonetized, like puts him in a category that YouTube would be sensitive to his stuff. He seems pretty kind of in with the flow. Background, left side, someone runs away into the forest. Not sure if I'm following. Gay Ann. Hello. So did Gabriel Wortman shoot Stevenson or a tactical scene here? This is a replay from, it's just very interesting to note, A, the raw emotions, B, some of the things that were going on with Tara right at the beginning. Her story will be told down the line. I'm sure she'll, receipts have been kept on a lot of this stuff and things like that. So there's a lot more to all of that, and that will come to pass as it will. But how the interaction with the RCMP, which she's being treated like if all the families are being treated, right? Not being included, not being told anything, stuff like that. Am I confusing you? I'm sorry. No, I'm just saying, like, about the video. It's why it's saying stuff like that. Nobody's saying any of the things. It's just what we're coming across on April 20th, 2020. It sounds as though from the video that a cop got shot.
Yep.
So is it the female cop or is it Wortman? And if it's Wortman, how in the hell is he dying at the police or going into custody at the police station or at the gas station and then dying also? Because they tweet out, oh, he's in custody, and then they say he's dead.
Well, also at the same time, if this was Wortman who shot the female cop in this situation, how did he get away from 4 or 5 tactical officers that were right there on the scene, right there, prepared? Because that's the thing. He would have to still get from there, hijack the silver SUV, and then get all the way down to Enfield gas station. How could he do that if the cops were sitting right there, and the second he poked his head out, they would have shot him right in the head? So that's what's not making sense to me.
Well, yeah, and then there was the eyewitness who said that they climbed on top of the car and they were pointing their rifles down through the sunroof of the SUV. But he's dead, and now they're saying it's whatever the little Mazda gray shitbox car that he's killed beside, and he's dying outside the vehicle. Like, it seems. Let's see if we play this through. Steve also put up a video there. I don't have the I don't have my YouTube page open. It's logged into a different account, I think, at this point.
Here, give me a second. I'll see.
Maybe you can see. I don't know why that's booted off my.
Okay, yeah, it's the same video that we were looking at.
It's got rid of all of my accounts. Okay, maybe I don't access my account anymore. So this is at the truck stop. Later.
Crazy. We got the whole SWAT, the whole military here. Holy fucking guns everywhere. Just oh my god. No, bro, I gotta turn around. Wow. This is fucking crazy. He was coming here, bud. This was no joke. We're letting the dogs out. Come on, bro. I gotta watch this shit. Well, I don't want to be here with all this.
It's not a very good video. I've seen better than when it first happened. There was a video out that was undoctored, but it's gone, of course, and I didn't get a chance to download it.
Yeah, that one's pretty hard to see, so it's kind of hard to tell what's going on there. I do want to say that those are two of the most Canadian witnesses I've ever heard. He was coming here, bud. Oh my God. I got to see what's going on.
They're letting the dogs out. Oh. Yeah, I really hope that people don't let up on that business about them stop. And there's another person who also had a police car. So it's not just Mr. Wortman. There was a person down the street who also had a police car that they were selling, and Mr. Wortman attempted to buy it. So that would be his third police car, which was sitting on the front lawn. His wife is driving around in Halifax in one of the police cars, and everybody knows about it. Policeman knows. The policemen all know. People in the neighborhood know. How is he driving around with a marked police car? Because that's a criminal offense, impersonation of a police officer. And nobody would have died in any of this if we're going just believing the 100% true story that they're telling us. Oh, it was just a guy who went ballistic, because people were pulling over and he was shooting them. He's got all the money. You and I started looking a little bit at the biker gangs.
Mm-hmm.
And there seems to be a biker problem going on there. And there was a hitman who got out of, I mean, I know this is going out there on a little bit of a limb, but there was a hitman. He likes motorcycles. He has a lot of motorcycles. He likes Harley Davidsons. He was friends with a guy who had a Harley Davidson dealership.
Mm-hmm.
Whose parents owned Harley Davidson dealership. And so I agree with, I'm tending to think that with disciplines is agreeing with, your and I's working theory that maybe Mr. Wortman was in fact a drug dealer. And the police kind of were a bit dirty.
Well, we were also talking a little bit earlier about how, to me, I see it could be nothing, but I'm seeing some similarities to the Fredericton shooting just like a year or two ago, because the victim in the Fredericton shooting was like that young couple. And it seemed like, from what I heard, that guy was well known in the area. He was known to be, I think they were saying he was part of a biker gang, but he sold drugs too. Now, whether that changed over, I kind of also heard down the line that he was sort of reformed, that he was trying to get out of the drug game and that sort of thing. But it seems very similar to that. We had 2 cops that got killed in that situation. And in this case, it seems like we got another guy who could or could not be involved with selling drugs around in the area, who now goes on a rampage. Could be nothing, but it seems like kind of a little bit of a coincidence to me.
Well, nobody just, I still am not a very firm believer in this business about people just go absolutely ballistic and going around and killing people. He clearly drove up to kill the corrections officers, which was way off the beaten track. He burned up their house, burned up their cars. So, and then doubles back to go way south. And that doesn't add up. There's the other component to this, which is this funeral procession, which they had going on. I mean, they can't tell Tara all night, all day, all night when she's phoning about, is my brother dead? Please tell me. I'm like, one of his last surviving kin, because the dad is dead, the mom is dead, so it's her. And I won't dox her any more than that, but that are still alive, and yet the police, who can't tell her that, even though they have his description, even though all of this has gone on, they have time to run around and do this. Oh,
You want to share your screen? Perfect.
Yeah, I'm on the show again.
sorry, it's a choppy video because it's a download from a flash. So now this is the police taking this police officer's body to the medical examiner's office. They can have this gigantic procession of police cars taking this body over, but they can't tell Tara. And Ian had a mensing. All of this focus on the hey, welcome back, on the police officer. They go on for like probably 20, 30 minutes about the police officer on CBC. Oh, we lost Tara.
Oh, I'm sure she'll be back.
They go on and on and on about the police officer and how they've lost so much as a police department, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. True. But also that person was signed up to do. Sorry, just to respond there to Andrew's comment. It never ceased. It still hasn't. Just remember Skippy throwing out his little jab there at her about Guy. Oh, the receipts are being kept. Never ceased. Oh, they still are going. And remember, they don't even confirm that she's family, really. That job, even though they're not, nobody should be dying in that job. And then they're like, oh, and by the way, we're also sorry for the 16 other people whose families were killed and whose families have been affected. I'm like, that, it's really misweighed. Very, very misweighed.
Well, that's the question too. Is it 16 people? Is it 17, 18, or 19? Because I've seen all these numbers so far when I've been looking at it today. I've seen
10, 14, 16, 19.
And it's like, I figure by now they would have at least some semblance of what it is. And it seems these articles are still being released around the same time, and yet they still can't get the number on the same page. It's still, some are saying 16, some are saying 17, 18, and I even saw as high as 19.
But they have time to do this. They don't have time to phone Tara, but they have time to do this.
But again, look at these cars coming in. They look exactly like the type of RCMP car that this guy had access to. That is the same
Exactly
model
the
and
same
positive.
car.
Yeah, those first 3 cars,
Well,
those are
actually,
the same
I think-
model and everything.
Which was one of, he had 2 of them.
Yes.
It's not that he had 1, he had 2. And it was public knowledge, right, Tara? You said that everybody kind of knew. And I read that in the
Well,
paper.
I mean, that article said that his wife was driving it.
Yeah, this
Right, like it was her.
very selective. I know that's back further in the video, so that was before we live streamed. But that I thought was just absolutely telling about how the Globe and Mail uses this selective Facebook page. I can try and dig it out again, but Facebook post by this individual, Mr. Blaze, who also has gotten rid of that, by the way. And he's not the only person who has gotten rid of things. There is another individual by the name of Swimner, who got rid of his stuff. This guy, Swimner, he had posts about cop cars, etc. All that's gone. And then you had this Blaze Jones fellow, this fellow, Blaze Jones, and he had all this business about the cars, but he got rid of it all. Where he said there were 2 police cars, and he said that he knew that the wife was driving the car, which appeared in the Chronicle Herald, the Halifax paper, but separate paper, separate authors. The Globe and Mail removed the part about the wife driving the car.
And it's just when you weigh all these all this, how limited they're telling us, like how much they're censoring everything, what they're taking out, it seems like they're trying to hide something. Now my guess is that it's probably the police that are trying to cover something up about this whole situation. And again, if they've got some involvement with this guy, then of course they're going to go out of their way in order to try and defend it. Because I can't imagine that in such a short period of time, all the different media outlets have been reached out to and told what they could publish. But we're getting all of our information from the police right now because nobody knows what the hell's going on. We don't even know all the people who are dead yet. When I've gone, maybe by now, but a few hours ago when I was looking it up, I could come across maybe 10 people with their names released, and everyone else still there was no information as to who they were yet. And yeah, I want to know what Just Cringe Diversity Channel asked. Where did he get the guns? What type of guns are being used right now? Because that is also being withheld.
What did you happen to catch Justin Trudeau's speech coming out of the cottage?
These days I go out of my way to try and avoid Justin Trudeau's speeches. All I kind of heard from it about this situation was that he was saying, don't give this guy the infamy he desires.
Oh, yes. Let's not talk about it.
It's kind of what it seems
really
like, yeah.
Fucked up bad. That police department has a lot of questions to answer for. And if people just use the evidence that's there, as in, why is this guy driving around in a police car? How does he have a fully decked out police car, which is a criminal offense, and not just one, but 2 of them? The wife is driving around in Halifax. And if he didn't have these cars, people wouldn't end up dead because he's pulling them over and he's murdering. Commandeering cars with it. I mean, it's ridiculous.
I would really like to get the names of police officers that have had close interactions with them lately. Like the Franks magazine seemed to name a couple, but I would like to look and see what sort of history they have together and see the history of those police officers and just try and find out whether there was something more going on than that. Like if these people were actually involved with whatever, if it's running drugs, then probably if you looked into their history, you could find a history of disciplinary action that was done against them, or some shady activity, or a call that suspiciously went bad, all these sort of things. But they're not releasing any of that. They've gone out of their way to try and make sure that next to nothing is known about this guy. You know, they always can't wait to jump on and tell you who the shooter is. And now they're going out of their way. And this is why, again, I keep sort of drawing back to the comparisons that we saw in Fredericton, because it was the same thing. They put publication bans. They told you they took, 3 days to tell us who the suspect was? This time they jumped on it pretty quickly. They also eliminated all his public information very quickly. His Facebook's gone, his Twitter's gone. And even East Coast Canadian was saying that his LinkedIn was up, but then just a second later he says, oh, wait, never mind. So it seems like his LinkedIn is gone now.
And Blue Apple's sitting there. I don't know if she wants to divulge what she's come across. I mean, frankly, I think this should be, honestly, like a concerted effort on all of our parts as YouTubers, especially to rally for, you know, a good friend of ours who everybody should be friends with, obviously. And, you know, obviously, you know, Adrian and I have been friends with, and I'm sure Blue Apple has been for years, and that we should all pool our resources and just start hammering on this story all the time, like day in and day out.
Like,
get everybody in the Canadian YouTube scene. Fuck, put everything aside, because the RCMP are honestly, I think they're fucked, and they know that.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I can tell you right now that I had some other stuff I was planning to work on. I'm putting that on the back burner because I want to go investigate what's going on with this story a lot more.
I don't know how you know best to pool this, because I'm not much of one for organizing stuff. But really, if we can get like a central dump of information and start to put those little pieces together. Sorry?
I'm just replying to hitters. I'll smoke a J with you anytime, buddy.
And that's where maybe something like a Dropbox would be useful if you want to compile a bunch of information. You just have it where people can dump their information into it, and then we can start siphoning through all the different pieces, because people are going to find stuff that we won't, or they'll have a small little story or a name that'll help connect the pieces a little bit more. And if we can have a central location like a Dropbox where everyone can just pool in, anybody can dump the information in, then we can just go through all that stuff.
I mean, and how many YouTubers, Canadian YouTubers, do we have? We have lots. Justin's in here.
Blue Apple's like the ultimate.
Hitter's in here. East Coast is in here. There's a slew of us around. You know, get the people, all the guys over at Plaid Army involved. Frankly, I think this is a case that, and why, above and beyond the fact that this is a gigantic clusterfuck, we're talking about Tara here, who's a friend, right?
Exactly. And that's sort of it. It's like you always kind of want to get to the bottom of the truth, even when it's like any sort of one of these stories where it seems like there's manipulation going on. But at least for me personally, I know I could say it's the same for you, Seamus. It's very different when you're emotionally involved. When a friend has actually been affected terribly by this situation, there's nothing I want to do more than to try and figure out the truth.
I wanted to
like, for fuck's sake,
what's that?
Sorry.
Earlier Marty said something, and I wrote it down, but I didn't do a very good job. It was something Marty and everyone, like, I appreciate everyone in the chat and everything that you guys are talking about and everything that you're doing, and if I don't say thank you to you specifically, I mean it. I really do. Thank you so much. But I wanted to touch on something Marty said back here with the level of training, flying under the radar, and then Marty said, I'm leaning towards human trafficking. Here's a funny little thing that somebody, in my circle kind of mentioned to me. somebody who's not in our circle of conspiracy theories at all, but somebody who is just like going, supposedly, according to this person, in the last little while, few years or so, there has been a major increase in the disappearance of Aboriginal kids, like youth, in that particular area. Now, can you imagine if you have a mortician denturist driving around with potentially drugs?
Oy vey. Todd, you got a fucking problem with my hair? Huh? It's fucking nice hair. Lots of people love to have that hair.
To drug kids in a cop car. You know, I mean, that would be so easy. And that's what Marty was talking about, human trafficking. My friend said, he said, I think when they go through his stuff, they're going to find a serial killer. Because who's got 3 gigantic houses down there? And if that's the case, why did you light them on fire? What are you burning? Why?
So kind of like another example of that that farmer that was abducting I think it was young women at the time, and then like all they found was like a whole bunch of their shoes when they finally raided his farm or something like that. I wonder that
You
too.
mean
What was the name?
the pig farmer, you mean?
Yeah, the pig farm.
Picton. We and everybody's involved in that one. Catherine.
Farmer.
That Robert Picton. When I lived in
Thank you.
Port Coquitlam, that was going on right when I lived there. And I used to go around snooping, but I actually worked at the Money Mart right there in Port Coquitlam at the time, and he had a mailbox there, and he got a lot of mail at that place. So the RCMP came in, but it's been sort of, I haven't looked into it since I've had this new, red pill situation. But it seems like that was like a for lack of a better word, like a CIA undercover, like pedophile, government scapegoat sort of situation. Because he was given all sorts of licenses for running after hours parties and oh, did you live there too? I lived up on Oxford Street in Port Coquitlam at the time. And that was right there. We used to walk our dogs down and kind of do the rubber necking that we could do at, but it was a pretty big situation, and it seemed like there was some upper level influence, let's say, in that situation.
But you're not wrong either, because we talk about human trafficking, because I've noticed that too. But even the Children's Aid Society, and they've been one that have been abducting a lot of Native kids from there, and actually it's the same thing. All these foster homes is actually been proven to be a tunnel when it comes to human trafficking. So I could definitely see that as being a possibility, at least.
Well, and that's what makes me a little bit worried because of my mouth, and if I'm digging into stuff right now that this UN has this, I don't know, like I said, if it's become a law, and I know we talked about it, but I simply just don't remember whether or not at this point they can enter your house and remove your people if they think that someone's sick, and quarantine them and force vaccinate them. And, if I say something wrong, am I going to have that happen in my house?
Well, that's definitely a concern for a lot of people, not just you.
Well, not just me, but in this particular situation, I really think that what happened to my brother is not just some crazy person of a one-off thing. I think this is a situation that goes very high. And that my brother was actually targeted by, whether or not he was targeted by this person. I think maybe he like insulted his masculinity or something that night when he wasn't afraid to fight him. Or if it was a higher level, anything to do with my brother, because I don't recall now if I told you this, but another person up on one of those streets, like a very close neighbor, walking distance type neighbor, was hanging out drinking with my brother less than a year ago. Oh my gosh, I lived in Surrey too. I went to I lived right by the Gateway SkyTrain station. I think it was on 108, if I'm not mistaken. It was nasty. And this other person lived up the road from my brother. They were out drinking one night, a bunch of them, and then my brother went home. And these other people got really drunk and came over and
Oh, 100%, Robert. 100%. Women, it's all divine. I'm telling you, it's all divine. It is. Even yesterday, there's a lot of female involvement with yesterday. I'll just leave it. I can't really say much more than that. Women have saved my bacon the whole way through. And somewhere down the line, it's not too far in here. Once we get the Discord going, and I'm like, we gotta get a female Discord going and demolish this BS DV narrative. I don't know when that is that comes up somewhere along in here, but didn't work out. But I mean, it's all going as it should, right? It's maybe not according to everybody's plans, but still working away. He's too busy having dumpster fires. What a terrible witness. I was in the media? I wasn't in the media. What are you talking about?
one of the guys was a big, like, fighting, looked like a bouncer guy, and the other guy wasn't so much. And even though my brother's quite technically kind of small, he's a fighter, like, he's really strong, and he knows how all these things to use your own body strength against you. So every time the guy would come at him, he would just kind of grab him and throw him into something else. And he ended up like knocked the guy out cold. And at the end of it, the guy came back the next day and apologized for being a dick face. And they actually became friends. But like, who does that happen to? That somebody shows up on a quad at 3 a.m. in the morning to fight you. Sorry. And then you, sorry?
No, nothing. I'm trying to figure out how to unmute somebody because they're muted and it's just pissing me off. I can't figure out how to do it. Defend Canada. Sorry.
Back in the day, there could have been a chance that my brother was involved in criminal stuff. Maybe. Not even maybe. But now, like I was saying earlier, he changed so much. Like, this guy wanted to fight him, and Aaron said, you know what, like, I'll mop the floor with you, but I'm not going to start it. If you want to hit me, then you go ahead. And if you don't, then I'd rather you don't. And he just walked away. Like, so that's who he was now.
I don't know if you want to touch that question. Diligent, but I'm not even going to. Just, you feel free to answer that if you want to or not.
Yeah, no, not at this point in his life for sure.
Well, from the sound of it too, it doesn't sound like. I was just going to say, it doesn't sound like your brother and him had any prior history in terms of criminal activity. It just sounded like they didn't like each other.
Right. No, they never hung out together. They simply knew each other from where they lived. But hey guys, I really should go. Like, I've been on quite a long time, and this little girl has been looking for my attention. But if you want to just kick me out and you guys carry on, and like Seamus or you guys can fill me in later or whatnot, definitely we'll chat again, because this is a way bigger deal than just like my family or some little incident. This is a big fucking deal, and we need to do something about it.
Well, thank you very
Thanks
much.
to you guys so much. I appreciate you coming in, and I really do love you all, and I really appreciate it. God bless you guys so much.
Well, I hope you feel better with everything. I know it's been very, very difficult on you these last few days. I'm going to give you a call tomorrow and just touch base, make sure you're okay. All right. Sound good?
Cool. Thanks. I appreciate that.
Please eat
Yeah.
some
Have a
food
good night, you guys.
and sleep.
I did. Oh my gosh. No, while I was talking to you guys, seriously, my awesome neighbor brought me some homemade hamburger soup, and I ate it, and it was
That's
really
one
good.
bowl. I know how much you've eaten in the
And
past
cheesecake.
36 hours. I know. I'm your mom. I know. And I also know how little sleep you've gotten. So, you know.
Yeah, the makeup didn't help a lot, did it? I could only do what I could
No,
do.
it's not that. I actually know how much sleep you've had, so you don't want me to pissed off, do you?
No, I don't.
Take good
All
care.
right. Well,
okay?
thanks, you guys. I appreciate everything, and I'll talk to you guys soon.
Okay,
All right.
take good care. And
Take
call
care.
me when you need anything.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, you got it.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
Bye. That poor girl, man. I can't imagine what she's going through.
I can't. Yeah, I mean, to think about losing your sibling, your niece. Like, she sent me a picture of that her niece sent her that day.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I'm like, what the fuck, man?
And I mean, of all people, a child never deserves that sort of fate. Doesn't matter whether they're 17 or 6, they don't deserve that sort of thing.
Nobody in this deserves. Nobody. We don't deserve this crap. Period. I don't know why we're putting up with it. People running around, and there's clearly all kinds of garbage going on. In any of these things that I seem to peel through, there's always fucking. We just get fed loads, and we're supposed to believe this stuff, and they absolutely beat us over the head then with us. Like, we do anything wrong. Fuck you guys, man. You guys got to clean up your act. The police have something to fucking answer for. And frankly, I know I'm maybe bent on this one, but I'm fucking pissed. I'm really angry.
No, and I don't blame you. Tara's a friend, so like, we want her to have the closure that she deserves. But the thing is, though, is that whenever this goes down, the police somehow manage to get away without answering the real questions. They can dance around. People don't ask them the real questions, or at least nobody that has their ear, like people in the media, really ask the right questions. It's always these softballs, and they're allowed to get away with it over and over again. This is really the thing that bugs me the most, is that no matter what, no matter how much illegal activity they do, no matter how much shadiness, no matter how much covering up, time and time again, they're allowed to do it. And one of the problems is, unfortunately, is Canada is a very passive country. We didn't come from a place that had to earn its freedom. In fact, as I heard one stand-up comedian describe it, he says, you're the only country that earned your freedom by asking nicely. And that's kind of been our history ever since, and that's why we're allowing more and more for people to have this crap put on them, to have more government control or more corruption in the police or at all levels of authority, and nobody's really willing to do anything. It's difficult to even get a good protest on the go.
Oh, God. I mean, it's who was I speaking to the other day? It's difficult enough, and I'm not saying anything about people here or anything. I'm just saying it's difficult enough to get people to share videos or to give a like to a video, which is really what, you push a fucking button. That one's hard enough, let alone a protest. Nobody, they're always like, oh yeah, I want to go to a protest, and then nothing happens. But collectively here, we're talking about, there are a lot of Canadian YouTubers, and there's, no matter what end of political spectrum or wherever you sit, it's still somebody that is in our community and something that we can do something about, even though, you know, YouTube stifles us and deletes us and puts us in echo chambers and whatever. It's still something that we can all just keep making videos about and calling hopefully police to account, because maybe somewhere that message will get through to more people out there, and people will just simply say, where is this? Why do we have a man who has 2 police cars and his wife is driving it around in Halifax? How is this even possible?
That's a good question. And unfortunately, it's probably never going to get properly answered. That's really the thing that bugs me the most. It's almost enough to make you feel beaten down sometimes.
I don't know why collectively we can't have the poll, because there is the viewership. You know, there should be, to get through to a lot of people. And, you know, we don't need to go off into, even though I do believe that there's clearly some tinfoil crap going on here, we don't really need to even go off there, just simply by saying over and over and over again, RCMP, where is the fucking answer to how this man had a police car? 2 police cars. He's driving around in Halifax. The wife's driving him. Why are you deleting the posts? Why aren't you talking about it? But maybe I'm out to lunch.
I don't think you're really that crazy or anything. I just think people don't like I think the main reason that we don't see more of it, these questions getting asked, is because people in the media don't want to ask those questions, because that's the way they even end up in that situation to begin with. By asking the softball questions, it allows people to come back. If you're asking the hardball questions, then suddenly you find that they're unwilling to talk to you, and their whole job relies on them getting the information from people. And that's why I think you don't really have any hard-hitting journalists these days, or people willing to ask really difficult questions, is because at this point, it's doing so is almost career suicide.
Well,
But
they're all owned by the same fucking people.
they're owned by pretty much exclusively by Post Media. Yeah.
Yeah, Post Media controls all of our fucking media. Almost over 3/4 of the written media in this country are controlled by Post Media. And then you have the other media conglomerates, which are just gigantic. Post Media isn't even owned in Canada. People don't even know that. It's owned out of the United States. Like, and you just get fed the same articles by the same people in the same papers. It doesn't matter, or different papers. You pick up a Sun, you pick up a Herald. There's the same fucking journalists in both papers. It's just a different letterhead on it. That's all.
And even the alternative media these days is exactly the same thing. I mean, one thing that, at least for a while, post-millennial could fall back on is that they're alternative media. But now you go look at it and you see exactly the same people that will be in the National Post or the Toronto Sun. They're showing up in the post-millennial. There was a time where it did actually seem to be, it was more about independent journalism, but they've crossed that line now, and they're no better than the other people that they criticize now. It's like, it's at the point where, you know, the average YouTuber doesn't have that much pull, but they're actually doing a better job when it comes to investigation than a lot of these people are, who are getting paid huge salaries to do just that.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I can't remember what Ian Hadamansing's question was, and he steered it. He steered the people's collective thinking, the psychological warfare of saying, well, there's not going to be an investigation now, I know. But don't you think that this is a terrible situation? Asking the head of the RCMP that. No, that's like asking somebody who wins the Stanley Cup, how do you feel about winning the Stanley Cup? Fucking derp question. Hello, of course she's gonna say, yeah, it's a bad situation. But you just finished telling people there's going to be no investigation. So now people are like, yeah, okay, you know, whatever. The guy's dead. Doesn't matter. Who cares? Move on. Meanwhile, you got people like Tara whose lives are devastated and have no answers.
And she probably never will have the proper answers. And
I don't know, man. Them's is fighting words to me. Like, seriously, you want to piss me off? Fucking tell me something. I can't do something. Tell me I can't do something in a bar. I will fucking wreck you, man.
To me, you kind of seem like the type of person that'll say you can't do something, so you'll do it just out of spite, just because you were told you couldn't do it.
No, I want to smoke on planes.
Do it one day, just light up a cigarette.
Mm-hmm. Don't worry, man. Getting there.
Hey, you'll be put on the no-fly list, the terrorist watch list.
Oh, I'm sure I'm already on there anyway. Who cares? You know, but this stuff, I was digging back through, you and I talked about that anyway, and I won't touch that right now, but like I was digging back through some of this stuff, and it like you can see the pieces falling, you know, like the players and the things that's going on in the background, this political narrative that's absolutely spun for us to believe, which is pure and utter bullshit, and it's coming from sometimes mouths that we should, quote, be trusting. Fuck off.
Well, actually, these days, the more I'm told I'm supposed to trust a certain person or a certain whatever news site or just what it's supposed to be a trustworthy institution, I actually find that I trust them less because they have an agenda, something for a reason that they're pushing what they push. I have a lot more trust for somebody who seems to be legitimate. Somebody who, like for me, somebody who does something, but they're not in it for the money. That's why I've actually had a lot more respect for people who, like, for instance, who do this sort of job that don't monetize their channel or don't try and like actually make money off of what they do, because it seems to me that they're actually in it for the right reasons.
Well, there isn't unless they have some hidden agenda and they're getting paid money, which isn't. It does happen. It does absolutely happen, and there are people running around right now in YouTube circles. Even I won't touch that one, but that's happening in. But the people who don't have any ulterior motive, asking for cash, and just do it simply because they're fed up with the way that things are going. They don't want their kids and their family growing up in the shithole that we've been growing up in, which is just getting progressively worse. It's simply out of the good nature of their heart, yours, or you know, lots of people. Tara is a great example. How many people subscribe to Tara's channel, and she does lots of great research. You know, she doesn't make videos that often anymore, but she does great research. I've always thought this. I've never quite understood it. It's like maybe Brenda with her caramel bar can answer, but you know, like it. Why is it because somebody gets paid a whole bunch of money that makes them more trustworthy? No. Funnily enough, a person who doesn't get paid, that was what my grandma taught me. If you're not taking money for shit, then you don't really have an agenda. You are less removed from having an agenda. Certainly one that's guided by other people, right? What was the other question? So I've never quite understood why, because you get paid or whatever, that means that or that makes you more trustworthy, or somebody was trying to explain that to me, but it's never made sense. Same with in order to prove money. I remember years ago when I went and got, because I didn't have a credit card for the longest time because I just like cash, and so I didn't have a credit card, and I didn't understand the need for it. And so when I went into the bank one day, I asked them, why the fuck would I have to have taken a loan, say for instance, or whatever, or say that I need money in order to say that I have money? If I pay my bills all the time and there's cash in the bank, then one would think that that person is a gamble. Obviously, it's because of, I wasn't naive. They want to get everybody into the interest thing, right? But I mean, it's the most ridiculous, backward thinking. Oh yeah, borrow money so that you can prove that you have money. What? No. If you have the money, if you actually have the liquid cash, then that to me actually is probably a better gamble than somebody who has a lot of credit. Anyway, it's just one of those questions I'll ask God when I meet him one day.
I think a couple hundred right now that are subbed to her or something like that. She does deserve more for sure. But yeah, that's the whole point. I mean, we've talked off air before about certain people we think that may be controlled opposition or have that are, you know, getting their bills paid through ulterior means. But yeah, it's for most people, I find that the average person that's willing to just come on to whether that's Twitter, Facebook, start up their own internet site, or come onto a video platform and talk about what they think are the big issues. Those are the people I'm willing to put more trust into. Some of them sure are probably in it just for the likes, the views, you know, try and get more attention. But I find that there's a lot more honest people out there than we'd like to give credit for. As dishonest as the world might seem, the world is still filled with a lot of great people. But unfortunately, these are the people that then get their names thrown through the mud. These are the people that they're then told are pushing, say, conspiracy theories, when all they have is a healthy skepticism of what is the status quo, a healthy skepticism of what we're being told by people in $3,000 suits who make six-figure, sometimes seven-figure salaries and have a reason to lie to everyone.
So I just put the link to her channel down there. So hopefully people, because I suspect, you know, she's got a lot of emotion going on there, and you know, YouTube isn't really the place normally to kind of vent those kinds of things, but there are people around who care, and we need to like know about the emotional side of stuff. You know, I think just reporting on data gets a bit. Oh, and thank you for linking there too.
No problem.
The GoFundMe, which is people have come out and you know, really stepped up to help out her sister-in-law's family with the funerals, which is awesome. And of course, this we're talking about. So now what about all the rest of the victims, which we don't even know how many there are?
No, and that's the point. And actually, this is the one thing that I think that what's happened with Tara kind of puts things back in perspective, at least for me. It's easy to kind of get a little detached when these things happen all the time. You know, it's another, like I kind of said on the stream with her, it's like, you know, when I first opened this up and I heard about the shooting, all I thought was, here we go again, another shooting. And I didn't put any more stock into it than that. Yep. And then it turns out that it actually 3 of the people dead is the family of one of my friends, one of your friends. And it just sort of gives you a new perspective again, that it's that even though these happen almost every single day, you can hear the numbers and think that, you know, like I think about the Easter bombing, whatever it was last year, when we had like 200 people that were killed in like Sri Lanka or something. You can hear the numbers and you think it's a tragedy, but it just, when it finally kind of hits close, how terrible these situations are. Because I know that I'm guilty of it. I've detached myself from these shootings. It's just like, here's another shooting. 10 people are dead. Such a tragedy. World goes on. No, but then it's for some of these people, they've just had their entire lives altered if their life wasn't ended.
We've been so desensitized through all this crap, like, and you know, this that's funny that you say that, because that reminds me of my mom. And my mom, I was trying to say to her way back when I was doing the Islamic stuff, which is still very much an issue. But it's not really, that's not, to me, that's not who's pulling the real power. And I said to my mom, like, you gotta look at this. This is a fucking serious problem. You know, we've got to acknowledge that this is a problem. She was just living in her bubble. And she's like, well, I'm old. It's not going to affect me. And I'm like, it will affect you. And I think it was probably 2 months later that Chrissy Archibald was killed. And my mom knew Chrissy Archibald personally quite well.
Oh,
She was the
really?
girl who got killed on London Bridge.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
I was like, see how it's fucking touched you? And you know what? Her head is still up her ass. No, seriously, it's sad. It's sad. We have been so traumatized with this constant barrage. When if you go back in time to like the 1800s, etc., you go through Canada's crime rate. We didn't have the shit going on. You see this stuff in the Wild West movies and da 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 da. That happened so infrequently. Murder, etc., was such an infrequent thing.
Well, yeah, you're right, because like a lot of people like to make reference to like the movie Tombstone and that shootout they had at the OK Corral. That was actually extremely uncommon. As much as they want to say that, like, it was the Wild West and it was the gunslinging days, they actually were less common to have those sort of shootings than it is today. And all that has changed, especially over the last 40 years or so. We've seen how drastic of an effect it has had on countries all over the world, about how crime rates have gone up. Things that were unacceptable 30, 40 years ago are now acceptable today. I think, for one thing, about how the rise in, say, female genital mutilation has been happening in Canada. That was unheard of even when I was a kid.
I
And
didn't
yet
even know it.
Yeah. Yeah, it was one of those things I kind of heard, oh, it happens in Africa or happens in the Middle East. Until one day I came across, like a couple of years ago, I came across an article that was talking about how it's becoming a problem here in Canada, even if it's not being performed. It's the fact people are being taken out of the country and it's being performed and they're brought back. But the point is that this is a problem we didn't have 20 years ago
Always
that has suddenly
happening.
become, and now it's become a huge problem. And that's just a small drip in the pond.
Yeah.
There's plenty more of that where of those problems where they came from.
Cultural destruction, and our minds have just been, and that's interesting. The trauma, it's constant trauma. I'm going to lose my house. I'm going to lose my job. I'm going to get fucking COVID. I'm going to, somebody's going to do a mass shooting. What about my kids? Are they safe? Somebody's going to touch them. Like, absolute absurdity, this state that we're living in. Of how can anybody have a happy life? I don't think anybody even knows what the definition of a truly happy life is. A peaceful, calm existence for the most part. I'm not saying everybody has to be running around bouncing off walls, because I sure as fuck won't be. But, it's still, you can have a life that you don't have to fear all these things, foreclosures or banks increasing interest rates or the government going bankrupt. Anything. I mean, how many issues can you pull? They're just constant. Trannies being taught in school, or everything. It's just it's fallen apart. Constant traumatization. It's absolutely trauma, generationally.
And I've noticed too that one of what's happening now, and I think this is the whole point behind the trauma, is I know probably more people than I don't know that are just tuned out. So they don't read the news or watch what's going on or keep up to date. And the whole point is they don't want to have to worry about that, because that sort of thing just keeps them in a perpetual state of fear and depression. And because of that, they just say like, oh yeah, I don't bother reading the news or anything like that. Which is why, especially when it came to something like elections, I said most people pay no attention. They stick their head out of the sand once every 4 years, see which way the wind is blowing, and that's the direction they tend to go in. That's exactly what our overlords want. It's because if you're so tuned out, so desensitized to everything, you're going to stop paying attention, and they get to do whatever the hell they want. And there's you got a few voices across the country of 40 million people that are trying to sound the alarm. You need a lot more than that.
Oh, you do. What is that movie, that documentary that came out that they kept banning, in the Shadows? Was it In the Shadows? Have you watched that?
No, I haven't actually.
It spoke about, it kind of tied a bunch of pieces together, and the psychological warfare, and fuck, you and I were talking about this how long ago? 3 years ago.
Something
3
about that.
years ago. C.D. Jackson and the psychological warfare unit, and here it is. They're talking about it now, and I showed it to my girlfriend's kids, hoping, because it talks about Hollywood and how Hollywood is like C.D. Jackson and the whole fucking bullshit about using media to propagate their garbage into kids' heads and stuff like that, and all of our heads. And I showed it to them, and they watched it. And when it was done, the one said, "Well, can I watch a show?" I'm like, "You totally missed exactly what it was about." But the other one said, she had an interesting question. She said, what was that she said? It was nothing related. And she said, if I owned my own property, I wouldn't have to pay very much to live, would I? I'm like, no, you wouldn't. You could grow your own food. You could do your own stuff. Even if you didn't grow your own food and you just owned your own land, you don't have to pay the bank shit piles of money. You can, that's like a ton of money that you can just free up, and you can go and do other things with. Maybe save it, maybe invest it, do something else. Jesus lives in you. Out of the Shadows. There we go. BC Barbie. And it was a good movie, good documentary, and I think it's still up. I saw it last time. I downloaded it right away because they kept banning it, but now it seems to be they've left it up again. So who knows what YouTube is doing these days? Anyway, it has been a long, and I know I've been up kind of all night, so I think I might have a sleep.
I think you deserve it after all this.
Oh no, it's not. It just I don't know. And I feel so useless. Like I'm on the other end of the country. What am I going to do? And what can you do? What can I say? There's nothing I can do.
No, I understand. I'm a couple provinces closer to Concan, and even I feel the same way. That I feel like there's nothing I can do. I can't get out there. I can't, even if I could. It's like, what do you do for her? And
Well, hopefully,
whatever little we can.
Yeah, I hope people put this link up again. Please go and subscribe to her channel. I'll put it down in the box, and also the GoFundMe, which has surpassed its amount. But I don't know. But if you can go and show some love on her channel, leave her nice comments and stuff. She's probably going to need all the support that she can get.
Yeah, right now the GoFundMe is almost $10,000 more than what they asked for. And despite that, I would still, if you can donate at least a few bucks, please go ahead and do it. Every little bit helps count for the family.
Honestly, that's $6,000 more since we started this live stream. $6,000. Wow. So, Canada has a huge heart, because we know we don't want to be in those people's shoes. Anyway.
And even so, like right before we even went live too, like when we were sort of just having a conversation on the phone, it was up to, when I saw it, it was up to about 28,000. So they've already gained almost $12,000 just today alone.
Wow. Well, and there's going to be all those other families.
Yep.
I mean, this kind of shit is so devastating. It's not just like, a couple of people. You're talking about communities, entire communities that get devastated because those people then have their spouses and their friends, and they're all negatively affected because of that person, and it goes on and on and on. It's just a never-ending cycle. We got to stop this sometime. We really do, because it's going to be the death of us. Jesus lives in you. Jesus lives in you. All right. Thanks very much for joining me, Adrian. I really appreciate it.
No problem, Seamus.
Insight, and I don't know. We'll group up. I'll do some more research, and we'll see what we can come up with.
Sounds good. I might take the rest of the evening off from research. I'm just a little exhausted from it, but yeah, I'll be continuing tomorrow. See what comes up.
What are you gonna do? Are you gonna go watch cat videos?
Actually, there was a couple chores I had to get done around the house, but when everything happened with Tara, I just put them to the side. I might go get those done. Make
Well,
dinner with the wife.
I really appreciate you taking the time. It's really, really, you're a good friend, great friend. I know I count myself as very lucky.
For my friends, I always have a very strong loyalty until they've actually given me a reason not to be. I always, friends and family, they'll be there for you. So I always try and be as loyal as possible to them.
Well, I think you're a good guy, no matter what anybody says about you.
Well, I'm glad I fooled you.
I'm totally teasing. Totally teasing. All right. I'll talk to you later.
All right. Talk soon, Seamus.
Okay. Bye.
Bye.
Turning decades of information into a source of future inspiration.
Shut it.
That's what really matters.
No, it doesn't. You know what really matters? I'll decide. How's that?
Phone.
Interesting. $43. What do you think? Launch another one? I think I have to do a little research today for something specific. Somebody said something about the water tower video. This one always spooked me out. 5 hours even, Steven. Like right on the nose. I mean, that's not even, you can't even, that's like hitting the lotto. Getting an even number. I've never seen that. You thought that was good? Oh, banks are horrendous. Don't even get me started. They're fucking vile. Look big. Big, big, big. Big, big, big. Not RBC big. Big, 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 big. Big, big. Ball, Switzerland. What? It's possible. Police later said the vehicle that resembled a they're already deleting garbage. Yes. Not ignoring your comments. Just going through. All right. Well, we'll do Shuby. Good evening. Tower. Good evening, D-Mac, Captain Nobody. How are you guys doing tonight? Just waiting for Just My Stupid Opinion. Adrian will be joining me, and later on, Steve, LTT. Now, if you guys haven't to relate, subscribe to their channels. Of course, they've been doing lots and lots of research. Please go and do so. Adrian's put out some really great videos, as has Steve. 2 new really great videos. They're on, not to single anybody out because they're both got great channels on there, or videos. But there's 2 new videos from Adrian, and he puts his stuff together so much better. So please go and support both these guys, really busting their hump. So Adrian will be joining me. How's everybody doing? Ian, Alberta girl. Ozzy, what's up? Geeter, critical thinker. How's it going, friend? We'll get to the mystery of the water tower. So there's going to be a couple of things we're going to talk about tonight. I want to deal with Adrian's stuff and his new developments and Steve's. What does this video? What does this video go into exactly? I was thinking of Darren. Who is Darren Campbell? I'm sure they must have messed with that. This is all Shube stuff. What is it? One of you passed along. Thank you. I don't think I noticed that before. What was it? 24th. Water tower. Might as well throw in this little tidbit. Geez, they don't like 300 views. Wow. It did come up on my list. I don't watch my own shit, so interesting. Okay. Darren's press conference, the one that they never wanted anybody to see, says something interesting.
Previously arranged to meet at that location. Constable Morrison traveled north from that location.
Travel north? Sorry?
On Highway 224, coming to the big stop Irving and Enfield. While he was at the gas pumps, one of our tactical resources came to the gas station to refuel the vehicle.
Oh, of course. Was that the first time? The second time?
To the vehicle, there was an encounter, and the gunman was shot and killed by police at 11:26 in the morning.
What a remarkable coincidence.
The distance that the gunman traveled from the first shooting of Constable Morrison to the encounter with police at the big stop was approximately 22 kilometers. You can see on the map, the first pin is the area where Constable Morrison was parked.
Thank you. What was the reporter? The report, was it this one? Thank you for your very detailed press conference. Look at that. It's just shit. They still didn't even know 5 IDs. They need DNA, yet they told everybody.
On the other side of the river.
Lawsuit.
And he and Constable Stevenson had been communicating, and they were aware that we were looking for a suspect in a replica police vehicle. They decided to meet, and it's not uncommon for police officers to meet when they drive in with their vehicles. And it was that replica vehicle that Constable Morrison initially believed to be Constable Stevenson, as that they had previously arranged to meet at that location. Constable Morrison traveled north from that location, and when he was radioing to officers and dispatch, it was Constable Stevenson that was approaching the scene as well. as the suspect was fleeing towards her. You can see the distance that was traveled from those two scenes. The two officer-involved shootings are at that first point. The second shooting of the female victim, where there was the change of vehicles, was fairly close. And then the last point is at the Enfield Irving base stop, where the encounter occurred between the gunman and our officers.
Wow. Okay, let's go to water tower. It's worth watching. And somewhere in there, I also want to talk about the or go through the RCMP intensive and timeline. Not very intensive, with 4 times. We talked about it the other day. I don't know who all was there to join me for that, but it was a bit of a. I took that video down because it was a bit of a fiasco. Sadly, 20 centimeters of snow. Oh my, Ian, that's terrible. AKG. So I'm just waiting on Adrian. I'm going to see if I can go and pick up this. Hi, Ian, that's terrible. Join me for that. But it was the other day. I don't know not very intensive, with 4 times. We talked about it the other day. I don't know who all was there to join me for that. But it was a bit of a. I took that video down because it was a bit of a fiasco. Sadly, 20 centimeters. I have no fucking videos down. I don't think. Okay. Meters of snow. Oh my, Ian, that's terrible. AKG. So I'm just waiting on Adrian. I'm going to see if I can go and pick up this. Want to collaborate with you tomorrow and O'Connor. Okay, all right, yeah, we're gonna get to this stuff. It's getting some momentum, right? Apparently, there were some protests Steve was telling me about down on the East Coast, or not protests, but people coming out really and showing solidarity for one another. And people know that this stinks, right? I mean, there's clearly a demand. Because lots of people are digging and doing the research like you all, and trying to support this great support for Tara, right? And all those people down there. We got to stick together, friends. Let's see if we can find. I got to get that. I think it's on my computer. Did anybody happen to catch the intensive? Okay. Between all this Tweety twatters, and I swear to God, I'm going to throw all this tech in the garbage. Does it not get to any of you? I hate it. Can you send me the link? I did send you the link. Oh, well, it's over there, blah, blah, blah. You never know which way is, I don't know which way is up. User error, as was seen the other day. Major. How long have I been doing YouTube? On our, I can't remember, Twitter. 7 years. Okay. Hey, Mike, what's going on? Well, at least the snow will keep the mosquitoes in control, right? Yeah. I don't know. This whole thing smells really bad. Did you notice they fired or didn't have the same press guy come out? They have a new press guy. They kept the lady, but they have a new one for the female side. Or for the male side. They got rid of Leatherman. Leatherman, I guess he cracked under the pressure. He wasn't doing very well in that other one.
Leatherman.
But if anything I've seen in the past, I don't think you're going to hear from the RCMP too much now. From now on, I think you're probably going to hear a lot of written statements. And hopefully, let's see, did he get the link? I did send it. Oh, try again. Why did it not send? Try again. Red. No cell phone or microwave for me. Now the media is the only one pushing person grocery shopping per week based on last name. This is really like the communism is coming. I was thinking about it. You know, people are lining up for the food. Do you remember in the 80s when we watched TV, those of you who are that age or older, the Russians lining up at the little bodega type grocery stores that they had, and there would be like a few cans on the shelf. I'm sure some of that was just propaganda warfare, but you know, they were just standing in line for the few cans. Here we're doing the same thing now. I mean, it's unbelievable what we've stooped to. The communism is in full effect, rolling it out. All these small businesses are going to go out of business now, of course. Like, that's a no-brainer. Leatherman. Leather is a puppet. Yeah, he's a puppet. Absolutely. So I'm glad that we got somebody new. But I mean, this guy, he seems to be far more schooled in how to speak public relations. And public relations and propaganda are the same beast, right? If anybody knows Bernays is was the father of public relations, but also wrote a book called Propaganda, and his uncle was Sigmund Freud. Psychological warfare. All right, so we got Just My Stupid Opinions going to jump in here. How's it going, friend?
Hey, doing well yourself?
One of these days I'll get to talk about
still here. Unlike Leatherman, we were just talking about how Leatherman got the demote.
Yeah, that doesn't really surprise me. I mean, the guy was doing a absolute horrible job at trying to answer the press's questions. He ended up, he was nervous, sweating bullets, you know, probably crapped his pants. So it doesn't surprise me that they moved him off for whoever this new guy is. I don't remember his name.
Yeah, he's a real clown too. Well, not clown, but he's actually far more subversive, I found. I was gonna play that, but I know your schedule is tight. So let's get to what you.
They needed polished. Bring in Campbell. Campbell's the polished. Leather couldn't hold it.
Or I don't know that it's tight, but I don't want to keep you obviously past your bedtime. Maybe the wife might get mad, right? So
what, we're not going to 4 a.m. again?
Well, I'll go. I'm okay. It's like the comment you and I were laughing earlier. The comment that somebody left that said, "Quick update, 6 hours." LOL. Like, but I don't think these things can be told quickly.
Okay, there's a clue. 6 hours? What fucking video do I have on my channel before this that's 6 hours? Do I have one? I don't think so. Fucking these bastards, man. They've just been deleted. I'm going to A-tip my shit. I'm getting pissed. I'm getting really pissed with all the stuff that's missing. Like, I would take the 23rd off. Come on, man. Or the 21st off. This is fucking garbage. Where are we at? Water Tower? That's number 5, isn't it? Oh, okay. Yeah, sorry. My apologies. 6 hours. Yeah, okay. I did 2 streams before that. Okay. Never mind. Disregard me. I'm a fool.
Sadly.
Not without glossing over a lot of detail, which is the unfortunate part, because everyone wants everything wrapped up in a quick 5-10 minute video, but it's really difficult to do that. I mean, and I put out a video earlier today, and that was supposed to be another one that was like maybe 15 minutes long. I think it was about 50 by the end or something like that. 48 minutes by the end of it. So as much as we want it to go quickly, there's just too much detail to go over. There's too many unanswered questions. So I don't even know how many hours we've put in just this past week talking about this topic. Probably close to 20, maybe more.
Yeah. Well, yeah, no. So everybody should be subscribing to your channel and check out those videos. Because it is far more succinct than, these really long streams that seem to end up over here. But, those are kind of more investigative type things. And you've got it really condensed and always do such a great job presenting stuff. Now,
I got to first address, hey, East Coast, can you tell my house was built in the 70s with this god-awful wooden paneling? One of these days, I'm tearing this thing out and I'm putting up some proper walls. One day.
I like it. It's very 70s.
It is, but there's two problems. One, these are actually 6 inches off of the concrete wall itself, which is kind of annoying, to be perfectly honest. Two, it is horribly insulated. It is goddamn cold in this basement.
Oh, no.
So there's got to be real work put into this house. But
that is basement paneling, My grandmother had basement paneling like that. I think everybody did. It's pretty awesome.
Living in a grandma house?
Sorry?
Oh, boy. I'm living in a grandma house? Oh, boy.
No. I'm just saying that my grandmother had her basement also done up the same way. Okay. Hey, Defend. Hey, East Coast. Now, let's get to some meat. You went through a lot of things. I don't want to. I don't know how you want to sum up what you want to go through. Like I said, everybody's got to go over there, subscribe, and watch those videos. Share them with your friends. Can you give us a rundown where you're at now?
Well, when I've kind of looked over the details now, I've actually found that I'm left with more questions than answers. There's a reason that we're going to get into in just a minute. That there's a reason that this video's title is called "The Mystery of the Water Tower," which is going to be coming right up. And again, I have more questions because when I was reanalyzing the area where we think that Heidi Stevenson was killed yesterday, I was left with the logic made even less sense to me, because the whole idea was that he just ended up that Wardman ended up just shooting Morrison, her partner, and then the appropriate thing for someone to do would be to then, if they're taking the off ramp, to take the appropriate off ramp, right? Like, even if you're on the run from the cops, this seems like the logical thing to do. Instead, he ended up making a left turn, goes into oncoming traffic, and then proceeds the wrong way down the off ramp, and to where he apparently had a head-on collision with Heidi Stevenson. Even though when you see the photos of the two cars, there doesn't appear to be any actual damage really done to the cars, like the hoods of the cars or anything like that. So I found that the more I've looked into it, I'm actually more confused now than I was a couple days ago.
Now, their latest theory that they've stated, they've removed the pit stop part of this, which is rather interesting, because they spoke at length about the pit stop and how the officer, which wasn't named at the time, had to phone in for the pit stop, the pit maneuver, and it was granted because this is something above and beyond their regular maneuvers. Apparently, like, they have to get permission for it. Oh, that's interesting. So at one point in time, they were maintaining the pit maneuver was authorized. Heidi called in to do the what? So now you're inventing phone calls? Oops. Interesting. That's been removed and has now been replaced with, there was a head-on collision between Stevenson and Wortman. I looked at the cars, and I have found damage on the hood of Wortman's vehicle, what is believed to be, I think, Wortman's vehicle. However, it's very Stevenson's car isn't damaged at all on the hood, so that simply doesn't make sense.
It's not damaged on the hood, which you figure it would be at least a little bit if they were having this head-on collision. And the thing is, from Wortman's car, it looks like he actually hit the front of his car, went into the guardrail, so that could actually make sense why he might have a little bit of damage there. Another thing actually that's worth questioning is that I'm sure we're going to play it in a couple of minutes, but there was a new video from a different angle that came out where the people who are witnessing it ended up saying that it seemed like they were kind of yelling back and forth with the cops over there, and which may explain the cops going into the ditch on that original video we saw, possibly. But now they're saying that those witnesses.
Oh, really? Okay. Interesting. That video disappeared. It got sent to me eventually, but he saw it, and I didn't see that one. That's the horn chip and all that. So he got to see it, and I know I was digging around every day, lots. So that's interesting. They were cleaning a lot on people's Facebooks and stuff.
There, and which may explain the cops going into the ditch on that original video we saw, possibly. But now they're saying that going into who are witnessing it ended up sending a new video from a different angle that came out where the people who are witnessing it ended up saying that it seemed like they were kind of yelling back and forth with the cops over there, and which may explain the cops going into the ditch on that original video we saw, possibly. But now they're
actually, now that I think about it, I don't think I've ever seen. There's the yelling from the police officers at people. I don't think I've ever seen anything with any interaction between people and police. Get out of here, get out of here. But that was not sent out to me until August, maybe, something like that. Okay, maybe he saw a video that hasn't ever been seen.
they're saying that those witnesses were saying that these two cars here was not Wortman's car, and in fact, from the sound of it, it was probably Stevenson's and Morrison's car. But now that story's been changed, and even the time frame.
Sorry, back up. I haven't heard anything about this Stevenson and Morrison crashing.
No, it was the video from Facebook.
Which one? I've seen a few.
Oh, it's the one from where it looks like the people are taking the video from the gazebo.
Okay, yes.
Well, the video is pretty crappy, but you can hear the audio. At one point, whoever's taken the video ends up saying that the two cars that were on the highway were in fact two authentic RCMP vehicles and were not Wortman's car. So that's kind of, that to me, I had to do the double take for that. And I thought that was kind of interesting because it sounded like they may have just been yelling back and forth with the cops that were over there, or like the cops were kind of communicating because they were told that the RCMP wanted to use these civilian vehicles to block the ramps so nobody can get on or off. But then they end up saying that these two cars are authentic RCMP vehicles. I still got the link here so we can check it out at any point.
Yeah, absolutely. That might make sense. That would fit the timeline a lot better because that would remove him having this crash and lighting the cars on fire and running around and shooting her. And then if you have the SWAT team coming in and then mistakenly shooting Stevenson after this head-on collision with Morrison, they don't know what's going on. It's interesting. That could definitely be a possibility.
Yeah, that to me was where I like, again, that's where some of my confusion it came from. And then there's also these new photos that were taken from a different angle where there's this water tower, or it's either a water tower or a grain elevator, but I'm pretty sure it's a water tower in the background. And that almost looks like we have two off ramps off of this highway. Which I can actually just pull it up here. I'll just share my screen real quick because I got Google Earth open. It's a lot easier to show than to explain.
Okay.
I'm just sharing my screen. All right. So as we can see here, we've got the two off ramps. Now we got this part over here where Stevenson was killed. And I think you guys can see my cursor, eh?
Yes.
Okay. So the water tower is somewhere off in over here. It's somewhere in this background over here. And from the angles that they're taking of this, of the pictures, it almost looks like that it was around here, the other side of off ramp, where this ended up happening, or at least there was some doctored image to make it look that way. Because I was kind of toying with that theory too.
Okay.
Let me see. I know that if I go to a certain point in here, I can see it. Let's see. Yeah, so you can kind of see it there in the background.
Yes, there you go. Okay.
Yeah, it looks pretty far away.
It
And
does.
yet, in the photo here, it looks pretty damn close. And then there's all these houses that are over here. It looks like this picture was taken from a completely different angle. Like from a completely different spot, even from the past pictures we've seen, even from the video that we had available to us, you could see that there were trees everywhere. So now I'm kind of I'm questioning, like, this could very well be the same video, and maybe it's a trick of, maybe Google Earth's kind of screwing with me. Maybe it's a trick of the camera angle. But now I'm starting to question whether has the situation changed? Have we had some doctored images going around? I'm not sure.
Now the gazebo, you and I were talking off air about the gazebo and the gazebo video. I got that. Thank you for sharing that as well. Let's bring that up. Okay. No, that's not that. All right. But here we can see the balls. We can kind of see, I guess, because it's not. Can I get my resolution to go bigger? There's this gazebo off here in the corner. I think I have another picture of the gazebo somewhere here. The gazebo.
Yep.
Can we see the gazebo on Google Earth?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so do you mind bringing back up your Google Earth?
Yeah, no problem. Let me just get down here. It's about there. Oops.
Howdy, Stephen. And good day. What's up?
So we can see the gazebo right here. And it seems like, I don't even want to call this a parking lot, but this gravel here is where, on the Facebook video we're talking about, this seems to be where they were taking the video from when they were talking about the cars being Morrison's and Stevenson's. But we got the gazebo right here, and you can see the water tower in the background. But
yeah,
one thing that I question is because, let's say we go in right behind the gazebo, it looks to be somewhere around this area right here where the crash took place, roughly where the hood of the gazebo, where the point is.
Right.
But from the other picture, it looks like we're looking sort of off in this direction, which appears like it happened on top of the bridge over here of Highway 2.
Right.
Or it's happening on the other off-ramp. So that's where the picture has me confused. But we can confirm with the gazebo where it's supposed to be. But yeah, that's it. That's it right there.
Now, Ian brings up a really good point here. I I was saying, if I lived down there, I honestly would just drive down there. I'm wondering if somebody in here does live in this area and knows where this scene is, because I don't think I don't think with the fire that's going on here. I mean, obviously, this lawn is burnt up, and the police have been over there cleaning it up. There must be evidence of exactly where this is taking place. There must be somebody down there who can go down and figure out exactly where it is. Is that?
If we could find someone, I'd love them to do that, because I'm a little bit at a loss with this water tower right now. How it kind of, not that it fits into the picture, but it paints a different picture, if you ask me. And it's just from the first video that we saw that, and we did trace back like where the do not enter signs were. It seemed like we were dead on the money, and now it's starting to make me it's making me question that again, or at the very least, if it's some doctored images that are going around to try and throw people off. Because if it plays into our theory having to do with maybe Stevenson was killed by the RCMP, I could see him wanting to cover that up. And I mean, you wouldn't even have to go and recreate the image. I don't think you would just have to have someone who's good with Adobe Photoshop, and you could probably make that work.
So what do you think? I'm just going to drop your link here in the chat to your channel. Again, I highly suggest you go over and subscribe. So what do you think what is your working theory then? Because this is news, like that actually throws me for a total loop about the fact that this could be the two officers colliding, because they even kind of hint at that they're going to meet up, right? In the statement. They
did say specifically that they were on their way to meet up when Wortman came by, and that's when he shot up Morrison. And as he radioed in that he was trying to get himself to a hospital, and that's when I guess Stevenson picked up the pace and was coming up the off ramp there, or the on ramp. But yeah, they were saying that. But even I'm kind of thinking about it, is that the way that we know for a fact, and again, I'm just going to once again share my screen where I do have other questions. Okay, so I kind of put on the video, I was assuming it was over here, because this is where things get a little bit interesting. Is this highway here is Highway 2. This side highway over here is Highway 224. This is also right here, Highway 224. So it's a little bit confusing as to the exact location where Morrison was. But my question with this is, when you have someone dressed as the RCMP going around, I would get the feeling that the first thing when Morrison and Stevenson were going to meet up, the first thing they would want to do is radio what direction they're coming from, because, they want to make sure that that's actually them. Now, according to the article and the press release, Morrison saw that Wortman was coming up.
Yep, totally.
Was coming up behind him.
There were carbine rounds on the ground. They don't discuss that. And irrespective of that, it got kicked from CERT back to RCMP, this one, right? Because they said there were 3, and then it became 2 CERT investigations, which is Enfield and Onslow. And if Heidi discharged her firearm, which they all agree that she did, okay, fair enough. Then why is it not a CERT investigation? If you discharge the firearm, then it's a CERT investigation. It's officer related. It's absolutely 100% a CERT investigation, and they didn't do that. Same with towing Joey. Meanwhile, they have a parade, right? You don't. What did you just suddenly forget? It's in Addie McCallum's notes. Everybody knows about it. Bernard knew about it. Everybody knew. No, it's okay. Stinks.
And because he thought it was Stevenson, he didn't really think much of it. So, but we know what direction Stevenson was traveling. So Stevenson was coming this way. And let's just say that it was about down here where Morrison was. I don't know why he would then think that a car pulling up behind him, an RCMP vehicle, would have been Stevenson's. Now, I'm using a little bit of speculation, but I figure they would have radioed in to tell each other, hey, I'm coming from here, or I'm coming from the north, I'm coming from the east, wherever it happens to be. So that had me questioning when I was re-looking at this. But then it's even, let's just say that it was over here that it ended up happening, and then Morrison drives up and shoots Stevenson. He then crosses over traffic to go this way, the wrong way, on the on-off ramp.
Right.
Why would he do that when he can very easily just go the proper route down here? Instead, he apparently crossed over traffic and had a head-on collision with Stevenson, who was coming up the on-off ramp here. Do you see where I'm going with this?
Now, okay. Wow. I'm sorry. I'm just spitballing here. Do you think that the phoned in pit maneuver granting was mistakenly granted to pit maneuver Stevenson's, or Morrison's car? So, and they did actually, get into this accident, and then I understand this is kind of in speculative field, but then the SWAT team comes in, doesn't know, because they think Morrison's car is, in fact, this actually does maybe have some weight. So then they come in, they shoot Stevenson by accident and drag Morrison behind the car. This is why we have the two bodies business. Are you following?
That's quite possible, especially because what Steve LTT pointed out, and I'm not sure if it was his theory or whether it was Rage in the Cage's theory, or whether they kind of came to the same conclusion together, but there was a picture that they pointed out, an explicit picture, which is... Do I have it saved? Do I not have it saved? Hold on, give me 2 seconds. I just got to quickly...
Absolutely.
Thought I had it saved. Okay.
Hey, Pseudo. Hey, Chai.
There we go.
Yes, Chai. It's Shuba Kanati. Or Shuba. I'm probably butchering this name. Shuba Kanati.
Now you're messing with me. Shuba Nakati.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sounds like a good native name. It's actually got a nice sound.
It kind of does, yeah.
So Chai says that
there it is.
they live close. I don't know if that's a woman or a man. I'm thinking it's a woman, but
hey, if you're feeling like taking a drive out there and see if you can sort of find any clues, or if you want to maybe check out and see if there was some grass that was set aflame, we'd greatly appreciate it.
Yeah, because that would help us narrow down kind of where we're talking about, and then that might actually help with this kind of ever-developing story that they just want to push aside.
And actually, if you have the time and you're willing to do it, what I greatly appreciate is this is the on-off ramp that we think that everything went down, and I'm pretty confident in that. But if you wouldn't mind checking out this other side over.
Sorry, I was out of the room. He did mess up my pronunciation, didn't he? I thought he did. I'm not sure if I remembered that correctly. But maybe not. Maybe I'm just looking for a scapegoat. I'm not sure. Did he say it right, or did I say it right? Or did either of us say it right originally? Probably not. I'm really actually though I want to watch this because it's old and stuff like that. I do have some newer material I should review. So I'm thinking I should just start a new stream because otherwise people are going to pass out. And I should get it out of the way because it's maybe more pertinent. Just go back 30 seconds. What do you guys say? I'm guided by your thoughts. Neither. Oh, okay. Oh, neither said it right. Or neither option. Just call it a day. So let's recap what I'm learning. There's no ballistic report. Chad Morrison's story is full of holes. Oh, and I have problems. Did he screw me up? I thought he screwed me up. Maybe I'm just being sensitive. I thought it somewhere I said it right. Maybe in an earlier video. Anyway, I don't know. It's a process. Go for the new stuff. I need to find a list here of stuff. I wrote it down. It's Cobequid stuff. Yeah, I probably should run through it before tomorrow because I don't believe it's going to be raised. So okay. Now just say Shuby. Yeah, I like the Shuby. The Shuby was something I could hold on to that I knew I wasn't ever going to get wrong. I think it was, which one was it? There was one of them I got right. And people were like, how did you get that? I'm like, I don't know, because every one of the other ones I was getting wrong. Was it Tatum Gush? Something. One of them. Why do I not have? There should be a thing of notes. I didn't want to raise it just in case some lawyer might want to like it if it's something good, and get your guys' opinions on it. Okay, so I'm going to start a new stream. 6 hours. Yeah, that seems good. Then I'll stream some more. Okay. God bless you. God bless the 23. Please use the I better copy paste that, right? How do I do that? Maybe I need a notepad or something. What do you do here? I don't have any of this junk. Okay, can I do this? New. Almost there. Almost there. You're beating me to the punch. Blame everything on Gingers. Poor Gingers. You guys get a bum rap. Okay. Oh, wait. Yes, I can. Can I copy that? Oh, no, I can't. All right, never mind. I'll just type it again. Okay. God bless you all. God bless the 23. And I'm going to start a fresh stream. Okay? And I won't even bother naming it or anything. I'll just start it right up. And that way we can get on with it and everybody can get on with their day. God bless you. God bless the 23. Please share the link at the top so that we can get as many people out there for tomorrow, because it's the families. We got to start listening, because they're, well, not we got to start listening. I think we're listening. We got to get more people listening. And this is a long road they've had to travel, trauma on trauma. McDonald and his successful thing. Okay. God bless you. God bless the 23.